Здравствуйте! Приветствую вас на онлайн-выставке Profi.Travel Hub. Весь сегодняшний день
Good morning. I welcome you at the online exhibition Russian Travel Hub, and today will be dedicated to the tourist Russia. My name is Alexei. In my life I visited more than 90 countries, but it is with great pleasure that I travel around Russia. Russia is a huge country, and in 46 years I was able to visit most of the regions out of its 85 regions. In each region there is something unique. Natural sites, cultural sites, and remembering about any country, for example France, we always have pictures in our mind of the castles of Loire or vineyards. Thinking about the United States, we think of the New York skyscrapers or Disneyland. As for Russia, you probably have pictures of Red Square, St. Petersburg palaces, the churches of the small towns of the Golden Ring. But now we have new pictures that showcase Russia, and maybe it's time to travel across this beautiful country. We chose 7 very interesting locations for you. You know some of them. Some others will be a real discovery for you, and you probably didn't even hear about them. We will start with Russia, with Moscow. Over the past 10 years, our capital has dramatically changed. It became much more interesting, and it became a much better location. We will start with one of those locations, the Zaradia Park, and Yevgeny Matyushkin, the leading guide of this park, will tell us more about it. Good morning, my name is Yevgenia. I'm happy to welcome you here at today's forum. I will tell you about the Zaradia Park. Actually, Zaradia is one of the youngest parks in Moscow over the past 50 years. It was opened recently, and over the past 4 years it has become a trademark and a shop window of Moscow. Right now the park is located in a place where there was nothing just some time ago. The area is just 10 hectares, and the main principle is wild urbanism or natural urbanism. The idea is to merge nature and architecture without any boundaries. This park is divided into different landscapes, showcasing different areas of Russia, such as fields, forests, and so on. And there is very developed infrastructure within this park. Zaradia Park. This park has received some awards just 1 year after it was opened. For example, in 2018, it was published as one of the top 100 visited places in the world. And in the same year, the Arc Daily magazine included this park in its award list as the most visited facility or location in terms of architecture, because it's a very innovative park. There are also awards involving architecture, engineering. We got another award in 2019, and there was another award involving the multimedia projects of the park, such as the Innovation Award and also the Time Machine. And I will tell you more about it. There is also the flight attraction. Actually, it's a kind of a flying cinema with a moving platform with a 12-meter sphere screen, which can help you really get involved in the flight process. While flying like a bird, you can look over different parts of Moscow. We have slide 1 that's soaring over Moscow, and we have also another project soaring over Russia. Some special effects are used. There are even smells, and there is a wind generator, there is a vibration in the platform, so that gives you an effect of turbulence. When you are soaring over Russia, you can actually see the Eye Petri mountain, so you have this fully immersive flight effect. Specialists from Canada and Austria developed this project, such as Kraftwerk from Austria. You soar over the Zaradye Park, over the roofs of a Bolshoi Theater. And you can see many other things as well. And furthermore, you have natural reserves, which you can enjoy. Not each one of us has the possibility to travel because of some restrictions, because of the lack of time. And then you can actually see those parks from our platform. The Russian Geographic Society helped us enjoy those parks. You can enjoy the delta of the Volga, for example, and you will see all of that as you fly over Russia, as part of this Soaring over Russia project. Those flights are probably the most popular media centers of the park. They were opened in 2018, when the park was opened, and actually this is the most visited attraction. More than 235,000 visitors were part of the Soaring over Moscow project. As for Soaring over Russia project, more than 227,000 visitors were there. And of course, traveling over Russia, soaring over Russia is an even more amazing thing, because the Moscow visitors already saw the capital, but maybe not the entire Russia. As for this media complex, we have another one, Media Hall 360. There is the time show there, which demonstrates how Moscow developed over the past hundreds of years. This park was opened at the anniversary of Moscow, when it turned 870 years, and the time machine aims to show how the city changed from the Kievan Rus to the modern Russia. The park is called Zaradye, after one of the oldest districts of Moscow. And the time machine shows this region and how its infrastructure changed throughout this lengthy period. Along with the time machine, here are some more slides from the time machine film, and there are some beautiful pictures that Geographic Society helped us take. There is a film that is called Russia Virtual Trip. Thanks to that film, we can continue soaring over Russia, and you can look at the sides of the country from above. And here, thanks to this 360 degrees rotation, you seem to be located within the screen. What is it about? It's a 360 degrees screen, it's an interactive hall, And it seems to you that you are in a specific place or location, and there is this effect of virtual presence. As a result, you can find yourself in the delta of the Volga River, or you can find yourself on top of the Caucasus Mountains. And furthermore, there are storytellers who tell you the narratives and give you some more interesting information. As for the parks, other projects involving the studies of Russia, specialists from the Polyanskaya Design Bureau helped us establish this unique experimental greenhouse. You can go around it or get inside. What does it look like? Here we have a great collection of the most valuable and rare plants of Russia, and we call it Florarium Root Russia. It consists of collections of plants from all parts of Russia. They are grown in the special phyto boxes. Each phyto box is a special box where the most common plant of a particular region is showcased. All the plants are alive, and you can actually get to know them. All those plants are grown through the aeroponics method. There are metal boxes with pipes, and there is a special solution with minerals and vitamins that goes to the roots of those plants. Since florarium is an open infrastructure, you can see the sunlight getting on those plants, and they seem to be growing like in natural conditions. When there is little light, there are special lamps that switch on. They emit ultraviolet light, and that helps the plants keep growing, as if they were in a natural environment. Some of the plants represented in florarium are grown by aeroponics methods for the first time. For example, this is some kind of moss that is brought from the northern part of Russia, and for our colleagues it was an interesting experiment. So that was the florarium, and we have another popular object in Zaryadye. It was developed by a design bureau, and the ice cave looks like a big installation by artist Ponomarov and architect Kozyrev. They kind of established a real cave, and you can enter this cave the whole year round. The roof and the walls of the cave are covered with ice crystals, and you can enjoy this beauty and grandeur of the nature of northern Russia. The temperature is from -7 to -10 degrees all the time there. So even in summer, you can find yourself in winter conditions. As you get in, you are given coats so that you can feel a northern explorer. I have little time. I also mentioned that we also have a botanical collection in our park. And this botanical variety came from different parts of Russia, and you can enjoy different plants in Russia, even plants from meadows or southern regions of Russia, and you can see those plants the whole year round because the plants are growing by themselves in real natural conditions. So it's not just a park, but actually it's a real botanical collection in the historical part of the city. Thank you for your attention and looking forward to seeing you at Zaradia Park. Thank you very much, Evgenia. Zaradia is a wonderful location. I love going there, and my favorite thing is to take a photo in Zaradia, and it looks like being in the country even though you are in the center of the city. And Zaradia is great to understand what parts of Russia you would like to visit. And we move on to the northern part of Russia, the northern capital of Russia, St. Petersburg. You can get to St. Petersburg by plane within 1 hour or by train in 3 or 4 hours, or you can drive by using the great new motorway, or actually you can use a cruise ship. So there are actually 4 ways to get from Moscow to St. Petersburg. And I think that in a couple of years you will be able to get from Moscow to St. Petersburg by bike. Of course, St. Petersburg is beautiful. There are well-known names like the Hermitage or the well-known Peterhof. And I also invite you to turn your attention to the St. Petersburg Railway Museum. Let's see. Dear friends, good afternoon or maybe good morning. It is with great enthusiasm and hope that I welcome you on behalf of Russian Railways located in St. Petersburg, as said by our distinguished moderator. We just went around our museum on a high-speed drone, and this museum has a unique history. It is very young, but it is already very popular Russian tourists and St. Petersburg's guests. And I hope that foreign tourists, as soon as the borders open up, will choose our museum as one of their favorite ones, because there is the Hermitage, there is Peterhof, and the so-called Golden Triangle is something you must visit. But there are other places in St. Petersburg which are worth admiring and paying attention to. So I would like to switch on my slides, and then I will tell you with more details about this place, because of course we need some concrete details so that you can remember some numbers and some aspects involving our museum. Dear friends, let us start with the most important thing. The museum is located in the center of St. Petersburg. Actually, for most people, the center of St. Petersburg is the Nevsky Prospect. We are a little bit further away, but it's about 15 minutes by car. Even during traffic jams, I think that people from big cities understand that we are really near the Hermitage, just 15 minutes driving by car. And you can also see the St. Isaac's Cathedral. And those of you who've been to St. Petersburg understand that the location is very convenient. And I would like to add that we have a huge parking location for dozens of cars, because those who live in the city know that there is always a lot of difficulty parking a car. But those are small details, and now I would like to offer you this the best huge modern interactive space in the world. This is how we position ourselves. You just saw the flight from the high-speed drone, but there are some numbers. 57,000 square meters, that's the total area of the museum. 3,500 items and 118, well actually it's already 119 railway artifacts and rolling stock units. And actually just one museum in New York can have similar numbers. Of course, a New York museum should boast such numbers because it's the oldest museum and it's one of the best known locomotive museums in the world, but it's a very old museum, and we are a very new museum. We turned 4 years on the 30th of October, and our motto is to develop, to amaze and to inspire. And these are not just high-flown words, because we are actively becoming part of St. Petersburg's life. We do our best to raise interest to railways. And I'd like to tell you that the Railway Museum is not just about trains. It is something much broader than that. And there are several reasons why you need to come to us, why you need to send tourists to us. Because we are an amazing museum, interesting for girls and boys from 3 years old to 93 years old. There can be beautiful photo shoots for your Instagram. We have a great convenient location with our own parking area. and we have a great atmospheric cafe at the dining car. And of course, you can get some souvenirs in the local shop. Maybe it's not so important. The most important thing is that this museum is interesting for girls and boys from 3 to 93 years old. It's an amazing story, because it seems that museum is about trains, but it's not about trains, it's about traveling, impressions, and unlimited opportunities. And the price is also attractive, 300 rubles in weekdays and 400 rubles in the weekend and on Fridays. And we have a special offer for children, 100 and 200 rubles in weekdays and weekends respectively. As you see, we work 6 days per week except Tuesdays. And this is the atmospheric cafe I mentioned, where we have a lot of events. You can hear the wheels making noise. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, our cafe doesn't roll or vibrate, but there are noises of the railway, so it's an imitation of a travel. And if you don't want to be inside a passenger car, but you would like to drink a cup of coffee, you can have it here at this table. It brings you some memories of travel. We hope that travel will start soon. Of course, it's great to bring in some memories, and as for our museum, I'd like to tell you that this museum was built by Russian Railways, a very big company. But we are not just a corporate museum. We are a museum that popularizes railways in all its aspects. We are called the Railway Museum of Russia, but we have exhibits from all over the world. We have English, French, Spanish and American units, wagons and carriages and locomotives. You can find all of them in our beautiful museum.
And we have a wonderful Instagram account, and we are now gaining YouTube actively, and most of our videos are in Russian, but we are working on the foreign audience, the English-speaking audience, to be able to learn and read them and watch them, and we are customizing our contents accordingly. So, my dear friends, here you can see my contact details, and I will be more than happy to meet you face-to-face, online or offline. What for do you need to make friends with the Russian Railways Museum? Why do you need to bring your tourists over here? And why this new point on the tourist map of St. Petersburg is important? Believe me, when people are coming over to us, they think, okay, we can sweep it in 2 hours' time, but people always get back, and that's a pleasure. And secondly, it's not possible to spend at least 4 hours just for your information. Still, we have guided tours organized, and they last just 90 minutes, but then our visitors stay longer. They take their phones and photo cameras and take pictures. Nearly every exhibit has an information desk, and you can deep dive into that breathtaking world, and for me, it is a revelation. And for visitors, they see that sometimes they're skeptical, because what about trains, so what? But we are not only about trains. As I said, we are about travel, geography, politics, and culture. We have a lot of installations and a high-level, high-technology museum. You will never be disappointed, and your tourists will never be disappointed too. So, I look forward to meeting you, to get your feedback, to see your requests. Please call or drop me a line, and we'll look your tourists at the Museum of the Russian Railways. Thank you and have a good day. Many thanks, Yelena. I visited that museum this year for the first time, and I was impressed. And when visiting St. Petersburg, this is a must, dear friends, because the first Russian railroad track appeared in St. Petersburg, and for Russia, Russian railways is a blood system, I would say. And we can learn Russia's history via railways. But let's go to Murmansk, the biggest city beyond the Arctic Circle. Just 2 hours from Moscow, you can get to Russian Arctic. You can see Aurora Borealis or polar lights there. You can get to the Barents Sea coast. And you can learn the indigenous people cuisine and culture. Here in the studio, we are having Victoria Maximova, a PR manager of Visit Murmansk Information Center, and Vitaly, the guide. So let's watch.
Good day. It's really wonderful to welcome you all at today's conference. We hope that our presentation will inspire you to visit the Murmansk region. And my colleague Vitaly is a professional Northern Lights hunter, and I am going to tell you about all the valuable and useful information that will help you plan your trip to the north of Russia. The Murmansk region, or the Kola Peninsula, is the most convenient location in Russia for observing the Northern Lights, and is the northernmost region of the European part of Russia, but still is easy to reach. The flight from Moscow takes 2.5 hours, and from St. Petersburg, just 1.5. Murmansk is the largest city in the world beyond the Arctic Circle and has a well-developed infrastructure. A huge number of hotels, restaurants, and museums. There is also the large ice-free port in Murmansk that's serving cargo and cruise liners all year round.
Okay, thank you, Victoria, for some introducing of our region. My name is Vitalia. I'm Aurora hunter for last 10 years, so now I will tell you some interesting facts about the hunting and what the Aurora is. So the Northern Lights is one of the visit cards of the Arctic. It's a natural phenomenon, and it is the most intelligent night activity in Murmansk, because restaurants and clubs can be closed, but nobody will take Aurora from you. So the thing that we call like a Aurora season or Northern Light season is a period from the end of August to the end of April. So it's half a year, and this is the longest period in the world when you can find and observe the Northern Lights. So there is some facts that you must know about this hunting. It's like what kind of these natural things can be collected. It's like a clear weather, of course, without any clouds, because clouds can hide it from you. And the lack of city lights, you need to go far from the city. Usually we take from 10 to 100 kilometers. And of course, the magnetic storm must be very high. Now, with the index of Kp, we have this thing. It must be about 2 or 3 to see it. But don't forget that this Kp index is like an index all over the world. It's like in Kamchatka, it can be 6. In Canada, it can be 1. So it will be 3. So you need to check more things. It's like a proton density, like a speed of the solar wind, and the magnetic field disturbance. So when you can read it, you can make the special prediction of these Northern Lights. And when you have the special map of the clouds, you will see this spot when you can go. We have a lot of spots, and later we will show you. And when we go to these spots, we have the special safety places, because we cannot just stay on the roads. We need to stay in a safety place. And then we take the photos in front of the Aurora. I think you saw a lot of these good and great pictures when the people stand very joyful, and this Aurora in the sky, like here on this slide. So yeah, and Some top tips for aurora hunters. Well, you must be well equipped. You must buy a good parka suited for winter. Of course, you need a good pair of non-slip boots and woolen socks, maybe, and a pack of warm palm gloves too. And for my advice, it's better to take like some thermals suits, especially like a basic layer, because sometimes you need to stay half an hour and more, and when you stay without the movements, it's not so easy. And we recommend you to visit the Murmansk for at least 3 days to have some time for your waiting for the best conditions. Because for my experience, we had one group, they came here for 1 week, and it was very hard to find it. We tried every night and we saw it only on the fourth night. So sometimes it happens because it's natural phenomenon. We can make all the forecast, but it can change just in half an hour. Because when we are on the peninsula, so we are covered with the sea from the three sides of our land. And when the wind changes, the weather can change just in 20 minutes. You'll see like a completely clear sky is just covered with the clouds. So you need to understand this, and you must be well prepared for this. So, okay, Victoria.
Yeah, unfortunately, you cannot buy the ticket for this spectacular show, but when perfect conditions are created with careful planning and a little luck, you will be rewarded with a fantastic light spectacle in dark sky. One of the most breathtaking places from where you can admire the northern lights is in the heart of the Kola Peninsula, the high mountainous panoramic restaurant, 820 meters above the sea level. It's in Kirovsk, in the Hibina skiing resort, Big Wood. It's the biggest one on the European part of Russia. And also the skiing season here is one of the longest. It's from November to May. So this restaurant commands panoramic view of Kirovsk, the Большой Dyavar Lake, and the mountain tops. You can taste the unique Arctic cuisine while enjoying the beauty of Aurora. And the great opening of the restaurant is gonna be soon. And for the pitch perfect northern experience, you can stay at Aurora Village Glamping, which is located 49 kilometers away from Murmansk. Just imagine staying comfy in a warm bed in your glass igloo in the middle of tundra, watching the Aurora Borealis. Plus, you can not only admire the northern lights, but also have a great time doing activities like snowmobiles, hot tub, and skis. Or you can immerse into the unique surroundings of tundra. Lavozero is the top destination of Kola Peninsula for Aurora Borealis viewing. You can also visit the most convenient locations for self-observation of Aurora. With the help of special information signs that installed along the road on the way to Finland, Riberka, and Norway. And while you are waiting for Aurora, you can experience other entertainment activities. For example, try the Arctic cuisine. The Murmansk region is a real paradise for gourmets. Sea urchins and scallops, crabs, and if you want something completely unusual, then try the moss. Yes, the one that reindeers eat. It's widely used in Arctic cuisine. Another very popular tourist destination is the Snow Village in Kirovsk, an impressive structure made of ice and snow with a beautiful illumination. It's open from December until the end of April. And of course, Sami Village, where you can meet the indigenous people of the Kola Peninsula, the Sami, and even go reindeer sledding, and it's truly unique, unforgettable experience.
So now we send you like a warm hello from this very cold Russian north. And now let's watch a very short but very exciting live video of the aurora of the Northern Lights. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I visited Murmansk last December, and I received from a 3-day tour, and I had a great feeling. And the deep dive that I experienced in the Arctic, just 2 hours from Moscow by plane, it is worthy to do. And we are going eastward now. 90 minutes by plane or 2 days by train, and we are in Tatarstan, the Republic of Tataria, the mosque, Tatar cuisine, and Ivan Grozny history. And now we are going to show you the unique facility on the Volga River bank, the Visit Tatarstan. The speaker is Zulfiya Ahmadulina, the Visit Tatarstan interpreter and representative. Let's watch.
1,000 years ago, on the banks of the Volga River, lay a great city-state, the largest in Eastern Europe, an international center of trade, politics, culture, and science. That city was called Volga, the birthplace of Islam in Russia and the cradle of the modern Tatar people. The first settlers appeared in Volga over 1,000 years ago and established a settlement which soon turned into the biggest trade city on the Volga River and a crossroads of culture. A mission from the Baghdad Caliph arrived in Bulgar in 922. It is written that the daughter of Bulgarian Emir Almush was sick and that Muslim missionaries cured her. Emir Almush was amazed by the power of Allah, so he adopted Islam, which brought new life to Bulgar. Bulgar thrived economically, politically, and culturally. Soon Bulgar was filled with scientists, philosophers, poets, and scholars. Merchants from all over the world came here to trade. Larger than London or Paris at the time, it was a peaceful home to over 50,000 people of all nationalities and religions. New knowledge was emerging in Bulgar. Astronomers studied the skies, doctors explored the human body. But eventually, tragedy fell upon Bulgar. The city was invaded, first by Mongolian Khan Batu, then Tamburlaine burnt the city to the ground, and finally Vasily the Dark, great prince of Moscow, completely destroyed it. Once powerful and thriving, the life of Bulgar faded away. Today, the ancient city of Bulgar is one of the most famous historical centers in Tatarstan and in all of Russia. In fact, it has recently been added to the prestigious UNESCO World Heritage List. Muslims from all over the world visit Bulgar. The White Mosque and the memorial sign were built to commemorate 11 centuries since the adoption of Islam. In the memorial sign, you will find a unique exhibit, the largest printed Quran in the world. Bulgar is a place as close to the hearts of the Tatar people as the words of the famous poet Kolgali. Here, religions and cultures peacefully coexist. Bulgar is the perfect place for anyone who wants to immerse themselves in history. Not just Muslims or Christians, everyone will want to come to experience this historical treasure. To reveal the past of this ancient civilization, to see its present, and witness the future of this great city, come visit the ancient city of Bulgar.
Well, Thank you very much. On behalf of the State Committee on Tourism of Republic of Tatarstan, let me greet you all from here, from our republic. And actually, my objective is to introduce you and to give you brief information about the ancient city of Bulgar. As it was mentioned in video, the place with millennial history, with the great historical background and one of the most popular tourist destination of the last years here in our region and actually in Russia as well. It's not far away from Moscow. As you know, Kazan is 800 kilometers away from Moscow. So Bulgar from Kazan is 170 kilometers away, actually very close. And the location is on the left bank of Volga River, so you can approach Volga by riverway or by buses. And in 2014, it was included into the heritage list of UNESCO. So that place important not for us only, but for the worldwide history as well. And it is an ancient settlement, which is now the Bulgar Reserve and Open Air Museum. Yes, so it is the place includes monuments of Golden Horde period, which is 13th century, 14th century, Genghis Khan periods, and so on. So we have remnants there, such as mausoleums, Khan's palace, city baths, or cathedral mosque. Of course, there are after reconstruction and repairment facilities. It is quite a beautiful place on the beautiful landscape because it's an open area, let's say, tour, and quite in a big territory. So it's, especially in summer period in beautiful weather, it's quite a good idea to walk around, to see these ancient stones, ancient remnants, and it is really very exciting. Besides, yes, there is a museum in Bulgar, Museum of Bulgar Civilization, with a lot of artifacts. Of course, it's an archaeological museum, very modernly equipped with screens, multimedia screens, and so on. Of course, we have guided tours in different languages because it's quite a popular place among foreign tourists as well, not only for Russian tourists. We have multimedia facilities and we have guides speaking different languages. Yes, so here in the picture you can see yurt-like building. Actually, there are 7 levels inside, and 3 levels of that building, actually, it's museum of Bulgar civilizations, and telling the story from very deep antiquity till today, till nowadays Bulgar. There are models of these, old buildings and so on, so you can imagine how it looked like in the history in different periods of the time. It's very nice and very smartly organized museum. Another attraction of the Bulgar, especially for tourists from Islamic countries, actually for everybody, is the biggest printed book of Quran from Guinness World Records, because it's really huge, it's really big piece of book with cover only 2 meters and a meter and a half, encrusted with semi-treasurable stones and so on. And it was placed in special buildings. I mean, a special building for, it was built specially, let's say, for that book. That's why it's another museum. So one more museum in Bulgar is the Quran Museum. And you see the building with the gold cupola. So that is a building where this biggest Quran is placed. Well, among the objects to visit in Bulgar is the complex of White Mosque. Actually, it's a new one. It was built in 2013, but immediately became an architectural symbol. Usually when in presentations, when you will see Bulgar, you will see this picture look like Taj Mahal. Of course, it's not Taj Mahal. It is White Mosque here in Kazan, in Tatarstan, in the ancient settlement of Bulgar. one of the attractions of Bolgar is this beautiful architecture. Although it's modern, but still it is really representing or recreating this beautiful atmosphere of the history of Bolgar. But not only reconstructed buildings and remnants what makes Bolgar interesting and so popular among visitors and among tourists. Last few decades we have, or let's say the Bolgar became the platform for event tourism as well. Different festivals, for example, every year on May we have celebration of anniversary of adopting Islam in Volga region, because Bolgar is considered to be the birthplace, like the place where Islam spread in Russia in the history. That's why we have all sorts of celebrations, or like here in picture you can see the reconstruction of medieval fights, not only belong to Bulgar civilization, all sorts of fights, but Bulgar is the perfect platform for organizing such facilities and such an event. So it is very popular for also activities with the participation of a lot of people, and actually for locals and for tourists it's really very exciting and very expected let's say festival. So that is what we can see here in Bulgar. And what else? So yes, finally the geographical location I'm sorry, of the place makes it possible to visit Bolgar by Volga River. Every season during the navigation, a lot of cruise ships have their stops during, let's say, their route by Volga and Kama River. By the way, just close to Bolgar, it's a fantastic landscape, because here we have meeting place of two rivers and Kama, and the width of the Kama River here is 45 kilometers. So we call that place Kama Sea, because it's really very beautiful, very wide. You cannot see the opposite bank of the river, and that's why it is quite a good idea to see the beauty of our natural beauty of our region as well. It's just on the area close to Bulgar, or during the trip from Kazan to Bulgar, we pass this territory, and it's really very exciting and very impressive. Yes, so this natural beauty of the place and the historical importance filled with a lot of activities lead to the development of high quality recreation as well. In 2018, Kolgali Resort and Spa 5 stars hotels was opened. Here on the picture we can see the interiors of the hotel Kolgali. As it was mentioned in the video, Kolgali is the name of ancient poet, very symbolical representative of Bulgar period literature. So the hotel was named after him. And yes, for those tourists who decide to stay in Bulgar, there are a lot of comfortable opportunities like Kolgali Resort, Spa, like another hotel. So it is quite nicely organized nowadays, and it became very popular, especially last few decades, Bulgar growing in such sense. So it's considered to be sort of, let's say, from the fairy tale of 1001 Nights, Bulgar is, let's say, if Tatarstan, if Kazan is the meeting place of two civilizations, Russian and Turkic Tatar, like Islam and Orthodoxy, so Bulgar is exactly this Islamic representative of this meeting, of this influence, let's say, synthesis. Yes. And we will be very glad to welcome you and your guests, your tourists here in Kazan, in ancient city of Bulgar. So please welcome. We'll be very glad to see you all here. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Rahmet, Zulfiya. We have more than 160 nationalities, and the Tatar culture is among the largest. To be in Russia and not to visit Tatarstan is wasted time, I would say. I have misled you, because from Moscow to Tatarstan is just one night. It's not two nights and 1.5 hours by plane. And Tatarstan is nearly completing the high-speed highway, because Russian roads are improving now. So I would say that road tourism is developing. The roads are getting better, the retail stations and fuel stations are not in short supply as before, and you can travel across Russia with comfort by car. And now we are flying to real Siberia, 2.5 hours from Moscow to Tyumen by plane, and less than 2 days on the train. And we are in the capital of Siberia, Tyumen, Rasputin Museum, hot springs and crude oil. We are now having Maria Trofimova from tourist region of Tyumen. Let's watch. Good afternoon, dear friends. I'm happy to welcome you, and I'm going to visit to Siberia, and the travel that would give you a very good
It is the Tyumen region that starts this nice and mysterious part of Russia that everyone calls Siberia. And when foreign guests come to Russia, they say, "Wow, Siberia." Many people think that the Tyumen region and Siberia are far, far away, that it is very cold here, and that we are an industrial area. But actually, we are closer than you probably think, and we are available because we have the Trans-Siberian Railway, and our guests who love traveling by train can come to us. But the easiest way is to get to us by plane. And every year there are flights from Moscow and St. Petersburg to the airports of our region, Tyumen and Tobolsk. From Moscow, the flight takes about 2 hours, from St. Petersburg, a bit more than 3 hours. So you can actually plan your visit to Russia by visiting Moscow, St. Petersburg, and, of course, Siberia. I'd like to add that the most important that is noticed by many guests is that when people go to Siberia, they think that this is just one big green landscape. But it's not like that. Actually, there is the entire infrastructure developed. There is a developed network of regional roads. There are nice hotels from international chains. There are tourist class hotels. Everything is ready to make sure that our guests, our tourists, feel comfortable. Talking about the Siberian gastronomy, it's a very important aspect of every travel. It is in Siberia that you can taste delicious food that is unique to Siberia. There are 4 types of tsar fish, and you can try any meat, even the bear or the reindeer or the wild boar. And furthermore, you can also try different types of berries that our cook prepare in different dishes and desserts. Today, the Siberian cuisine is reviving, and many restaurants have prepared a menu in English a special Siberian menu, and many guests from different countries would love it to try some local Siberian specialties. Talking about traveling, of course, the traveling starts from the first city in Siberia, Tumen. Siberia is a vast area which used to take two-thirds of Russia, and historically, Siberia started in Tumen, which is why they say that Tumen is the gateway to Siberia. Tumen is a modern and convenient city with a lot of promenades, a lot of walking areas, a beautiful embankment. There are historical quarters. You can see nice Tumen architecture. You can get a taste of our history. And you can have independent walks. There are different services, there are audio guides that you can download, there are special applications such as Visit Tumen, and those who would like to plunge into a real immersive story can enjoy the interesting theater excursions where you can meet different historical characters on the streets of our city. After these extensive programs, there should be some rest for your body and soul, which is why we invite you to our thermal centers. There are more than 20 of them today in Tumen and beyond it, which are quite accessible. Not more than 10 kilometers away from Tumen, there is natural mineral water coming from beneath the earth. These are warm sources up to 30 or 40 degrees Celsius, and they help people re-establish their reserves. And traditionally, from November till April, there are the best thermal seasons because there is a snowy winter, the temperature is below zero, and it is very nice to be in the open air in hot mineral water. And then we go to the ancient capital of Siberia. Not many people know where the word Siberia comes from. Tobolsk is the ancient capital of Siberia. It was built in the or near the Siberia River. It's a very small river, just 7 kilometers long, and Tobolsk used to be called the gateway to Asia, and it was the third capital in the Russian Empire after Moscow and St. Petersburg. It's a historical city. This city has beautiful panoramic views. It has a white stone Kremlin. On the merge of two beautiful Russian rivers, Tobol and Irtysh, there are more than 20 museum facilities here. There are unique expositions which will tell you a story about the great Russian scientist Dmitry Mendeleev, who was born here, as well as the author Yershov, who wrote a well-known fairy tale about Humpy Horse. There were many authors who visited this city. There is a theme park which was opened in 2019. It's a historical platform for shooting films. You can wear some costumes and feel like a resident of a 19th century Siberian city. Tobol is full of special energy, and it has a great legacy. There is another very interesting place. Pokrovskaya village, the homeland of Grigory Rasputin. People usually say that Rasputin is one of the most famous Russians. He is known all over the world. Rasputin was born in a faraway Siberian village, and he walked a lot to get to school, and he became the friend of Russian Emperor Nicholas II. The Pokrovskaya village features a private house which used to belong to Rasputin, and there is a museum dedicated to Rasputin there. And furthermore, there is an ancient chair in this museum, and according to the legend, if you sit on this chair, you will have great career growth, and a lot of people come to this village just to sit on this chair.
Если кто-то хочет праздника, то тогда добро пожаловать на сибирский карнавал.
Siberian carnivals are held every weekend in the village of, in the town of Yalutorovsk, and there are unique Siberian holidays which were traditionally held here. You can bake a giant pancake. You can try some Siberian cuisine. You can participate in master classes, do something with your own hands, and you can enjoy the well-known Siberian hospitality. What will you remember about your trip to Siberia? Of course, most impressions are given by those unforgettable emotions that you will have throughout your life. This is the unique nature, the beautiful taiga, the wide spaces, amazing routes. A trip to Siberia is often associated with something amazing, with adventures that are unique in your life. I'd like to tell you that Siberia is love for your life. You see it and you fall in love with it. So all guests, particularly foreign guests that come to us, always share their best impressions. They tell us that they never thought that there are cities in Siberia. Our foreign guests think that they say that they think that Siberia is just a huge area of wood, and then they see those beautiful cities and they get recharged with this Siberian energy, because in the Russian language there is the expression Siberian health or Siberian hospitality, which is why we invite all our guests to Siberia. And this will be a unique time, magical impressions, and unforgettable emotions that you can get here. Most importantly, I'd like to emphasize that today our guests from various countries will enjoy nice services such as audio guides in foreign languages, logistics centers, information centers, tourist centers, menus in foreign languages in restaurants, English-speaking personnel, which is why our tourists will find it very comfortable. They will feel Siberia from inside, and they will be able to understand that Siberia is much closer and warmer, and that it's very hospitable. Thank you very much. Here are my contacts. You can contact me, you can send me questions. We have tour operators that are ready to welcome tourists from various countries. Thank you.
first come to Siberia, I'm first astonished that there are people here, there are real buildings, it's a real place, and everyone I touch is a real person, real Siberian.
Я знала, что Сибирь тепло принимает, что здесь живут хорошие люди.
You know, we look for something special from our point of view, and that was really, I loved it.
Thank you, Maria. Indeed, Siberia is a very warm place, first of all because of its people. And what we show you today is not just pretty pictures that we did for foreigners. This is how we live. It's comfortable and safe. Regarding comfort, in almost every city of Russia there are nice hotels, 3 to 5 hotels. So you don't need to worry when sending tourists to Russian cities. In any place where there is a good traffic of tourists, you will always find comfortable hotels. Of course, in some villages, maybe it's more simplistic, but in most of Russia, this issue is resolved. And now we move on to Baikal, the deepest lake on the planet. Baikal is located in two regions of Russia, the Buryatia region and another one. And we will give Anatoly Kazakevich from the Spheres of Baikal, who is involved in tourism development. Let's see. Hello, colleagues. Hello. I welcome you from the city of Irkutsk, from the shores of Baikal Lake. I would like to tell you about the most important thing that we have on Baikal. It's Baikal ice, of course. There are a lot of tourists coming to the Baikal Lake in winter. It's the most attractive place in the winter period, and you can see beautiful ice at the beginning of February, when the ice on Baikal Lake is pretty strong, but it's still transparent, because by the end of March most of Baikal is covered with snow, and it's not in all the places that you can find clean ice. Northern Lights were mentioned today. There are Northern Lights hunters, but there are also professional ice hunters. That is, professional ice guides who always bring our tourists to the most beautiful places, where you can see what you are seeing on the screen now. A small video about how you can have some rest on Baikal in wintertime. Some people believe that this is extreme vacation, but actually we ensure complete comfort. We have hotels that have 3, 4 or 5 stars on the shores of Baikal, and will show the most beautiful places to our tourists and ensure their safety. And you can also take note that it is not safe to move on the ice on cars. We only have special boats that ensure your full safety. And now the video clip. Thank you very much for attention. I will continue our story about Baikal ice. Many people ask us how thick this ice is, because on the photos it is completely transparent, and it seems that this is some very thin ice. But in actual fact, Baikal ice can be up to 1 meter, and it can even be 2 meters thick. And we have a lot of differences in daily temperatures, so it can be plus 10 degrees in the sun in the afternoon, and at night time the temperature can go down to minus 25 degrees Celsius. At that time we are in a comfortable hotel, and there are big cracks on the ice that can be 5 to 10 meters wide or even 7 meters wide. And in daytime, when the temperature goes up, the ice expands, and you can see how ice moves. There is a lot of noise, and it's really very interesting. On these photos you can see that Baikal ice is very different. It is unique. There are 5 photos here, but every time I travel on Baikal ice, it never repeats. I travel by different means. This ice is always different. It is never the same. And for those who would like to have some unique impressions, I recommend you to spend a night on Baikal ice. You can walk across Baikal, or you can use special scooters or special boats, and you can organize a night's rest on Baikal ice. And this is something really impressive. There is this ongoing cracking of the ice. You think that it will fall, but it is really safe. And Baikal is a very expansive lake. It's up to 50 kilometers wide. It's a huge, unbelievably beautiful desert. And on the shores there are some rocks, and they are also beautiful. There are different periods in which you can see different things. For example, you have the beginning of the ice season. For example, in some places, and in March, it is already pretty warm. As for the activities you can have on Baikal ice, the most interesting thing is traveling on dog sleds, dog sledding. You can also have helicopter tours, and you can enjoy the beautiful geography of Baikal. Baikal is 600 kilometers long. It's about the same distance as from Moscow to St. Petersburg. And the shoreline expands to about 2,000 kilometers, and a helicopter will help you visit the most beautiful sites within a few days. Or you can have some short tours up to 30 minutes. And there is a special event, golf on ice. We even had ice championships. And you can organize group championships for groups starting from 10 people. It's a unique and beautiful impression. And you can also walk on special ice skis, which is also very interesting. There are also special ice cars, and there are one-day routes on the ice of Baikal, and there are routes that take 3 to 5 days. You can even have a trip around the whole Baikal lake. Of course, there is also some under-ice fishing. There is a well-known fish called omol in Baikal. And we also have another event which is called Baikal Kiss. And there are beautiful, amazing photo sessions on Baikal ice. There are a lot of photos shot on Baikal ice in the social media. And there is also a special service, a steam bathhouse on Baikal ice, where you have a hole in the ice and you can take a swim in this open hole in Baikal with a real Russian bathhouse. It's an amazing impression. And also please take note of the pureness of our beautiful lake. The water is really transparent. In winter you can see 40 meters deep. You can throw a coin and see how it falls through the water down to 40 meters. And you can measure this length. This is unique. When you take a swim in this water after the steam bathhouse, it's a completely different impression from what you can see in the city or in the shower. Ice skating. The Baikal Lake is the hugest skating rink in the world, and you can have a lot of trips on Baikal, on skates. You can enjoy some skating with children, with your family, and it's really beautiful. And there are special impressions that everyone is crazy about. We have a special program with our partners, which is called Fire. There are some musical instruments, there is special transport, so you can have some corporate events, you can even arrange a nice camp. You can see those houses on Baikal ice. Of course, it's not a hotel, it's rather some glamping, and it's really environmentally friendly, and the ice is still ideally clean after the houses are taken away from it. Also, there are some catering events and picnics in those wild conditions in the open air on Baikal. There is Siberian cuisine with great service, but also with their special Russian samovar and nice tea. So everyone is kept warm and really glad. And I would like to tell you about one more project that we are implementing in the city of Irkutsk. Irkutsk is one of the arrival points at Baikal Lake. This is the Alaska Hotel, or Baikal Alaska Hotel. It will be commissioned in May. There are 73 rooms there. It's a 3-star hotel, and at the same time this hotel in itself is a nice geographic tour around Russia up to Kamchatka. Historically it was connected with the Irkutsk region, and this topic is also interesting to our guests, to all who come to Baikal. And here everyone can get some general excursion information about this route. You can organize those tours. Here you can see the contacts, and my colleague is Anastasia, who has been in our team for more than 10 years. She organizes the tours, so please contact her. And we are accepting Russian and foreign groups of tourists. Welcome to the Baikal region. Thank you. Thank you very much, Anatoly. I envy those who were here in summer. I haven't seen winter ice on Baikal yet. It seems that Baikal Lake is far away from Moscow, but here you can pay with a credit card in any hotel, in any restaurant, or almost any cafe, or even on a small market where some old ladies are trading some souvenirs. You can pay with your card. It's very convenient. It works across Russia. And we are moving on to our next point, in Russia, that is Kamchatka, just 8 hours trip from Moscow, 8 hours of flight, and Kamchatka is the easternmost part of Russia. There are some nice geysers and there are unique regions, and Tatiana, Deputy Director for Environmental Education and PR, will tell us more about it. Let's watch it.
Hello, dear friends. I hope that the Valley of Geysers pictures and video was impressive for you and you would like to go to Kamchatka. I'm sorry for technical pause, but still, the Valley of Geysers is located in the Kamchatka territory peninsula on the territory of Kronotsky Natural Reserve. And here on the map you can see the location. The distance from Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky, capital of the territory, to Kronotsky Reserve is 200 kilometers, and you can get there by helicopter only. It is about 1 hour 10 minutes by helicopter. What is worth mentioning about the Valley of Geysers? This is the largest geographical discovery of the last century. It was discovered despite the fact that the natural reserve had been there for a long time. It was discovered in 1941 only, and it became a pearl not only for Kamchatka, but for the entire Russia. It is located, as I said, in the Biosphere Natural Reserve, so you have to keep all the rules. Usually in the natural reserves, but being in the Valley of Geysers, you can feel the entire power of the Kamchatka land. You can witness all biothermal things from hot springs, hot lakes, and grease or slush puddles, hot ones as well. The Valley of Geysers is a World Heritage UNESCO site, and this is it belongs to Kamchatka volcanoes. It is and Biosphere program. We have a question very often that does it exist, because it was discovered long ago, and there were a lot of natural disasters. In 2007 there was the slush mudslide, and you can see pictures of that time, and we really thought that this wonder of Russia and the world would cease to exist. And many tourists still think so, but again, the valley is like a girl who always changes its behavior, and the nature takes it all. And after two mudslides in 2020, you can see the picture, the rightmost picture. The valley looks like that, and every time you get there, you can see that it's always changing. The landscapes are changing all the time, and it is worth visiting not once or twice, but a few times. Here you can see the geothermal things like mud pots, geysers, warm lakes. There are 58 major geysers. There are only 5 geyser fields in the world, and ours is the only in Eurasia. Why is it special, better in some way that Yellowstone Park, for instance? It's very compact. All their geothermal activities are located in one place. You don't have to travel all day long, 100 kilometers to reach the next geyser. You need to make a few steps to see the other one. And we have a guaranteed major geyser that erupts once every hour, and every group of tourists would have a chance to see it. What else is important for Valley of Geyser tourism? We have a special type of tourism, environmental one, not just for you to take a look, but to see and understand how important it is to preserve the nature of our country and our region. And you could probably get something back home from us in terms of environmental tourism. What else is interesting to learn about the vegetation? There are some species which are in the Red Book of Russia. This is the Ehrman's birch. It is 300 years old, and that birch was the winner of the Natural Monuments competition, and the whole Russia knows it now. The orchid, the central picture, the Chinese orchid, is being witnessed by tourists from all over the world. They're coming there to see it. But besides, speaking about the tourist season and the geyser season, it lasts from May through October, the so-called high tourist season. But you can also see how important is the place for the animal world. In May-June, there is a waiting season for Russian bears. After hibernation, bears come over there to eat first grass, and you can see and watch such wonderful things there. And the thing attracts video cameramen, and the geyser valley becomes a part of attraction for documentaries of all over the world. A few Soviet films were filmed there, and you can still see it. In terms of infrastructure, the soils are thermal, and it is not safe to walk without special pavements. We have wooden ladders and special walkways. The length is 1 kilometer, and the route is just 1 kilometer. As for the time, you can stay there about 2 hours. This is an excursion group. You can go there by helicopter. The average group, it depends on the helicopter capacity, but it's about 23 visitors and 1 ranger. So the excursions are conducted in an organized way, and there is a special inspector that accompanies the group who oversees the safety and environmental rules as well, because there are quite a lot of wild animals there, and the ranger is there too with a gun. So we'll look forward to getting you at the geyser Valley. If you have any questions, please go ahead. And this is the place worth mentioning and visiting once in a lifetime at least. These are my contact details, the Kronotsky Reserve National Park contacts and my contacts too. And our website will give you more information on us. Thank you very much indeed, Tatiana. That's really good. Our visitors and watchers, I'm very happy that you are here with us. And the picture of Russia, that it's not only balalaika or caviar, you know more about this country. And you know Tatarstan, Tyumen, Baikal and Kamchatka. And it is my pleasure to know that you will be able to share this experience, and it's my pleasure to see you, to welcome you to Russia. And at the moment, this country is very comfortable in terms of traveling. We have good roads, modern airports, nice trains. Major cities are safe. We have high-quality hotels, including world-class ones, and we will be telling you about this all day long today. But let's meet in 30 minutes' time. We are going to have a formal opening, a lot of high-profile guests, so let's break for 30 minutes. I will familiarize you and introduce you to those people who make Russia modern, safe, and who make the product that would be interesting for you and for your tourists. Stay with us and let's meet in 30 minutes' time.
Hello, dear colleagues. I am happy to welcome you at the opening of our exhibition Online Russia Expo Days. I will introduce myself once again. My name is Alexey Vengin. I'm head of the exhibition committee of the Russian Union of the Tourist Industry. And right now I will ask you to launch a small video about Russia.
Discover Russia. A country where the sun never sets. A place where Asia meets Europe and the East meets the West. Where ancient traditions live side by side with new technologies. A country that keeps its past and looks to the future. We speak 150 languages, but we perfectly understand each other. We are united by thousands of kilometers, endless forests, seas, lakes and rivers, huge megalopolises and tiny villages. We value hospitality and know how to welcome our guests. We dream looking at the sky, and we inspire others. We invent, create, and share our experience. We raise generations. We hurry. We relax. Run. Wait. Fall in love. Work. Build. We strive. A lifetime wouldn't be enough to describe our country. A country everyone must see with his own eyes. Russia, the whole world within.
Today we are planning to inspire you to travel across Russia the whole day. We will not stop at this. A couple of words about our exhibition. Profi.Travel is an exhibition for customers all over the world, for dedicated Russian tours for foreign travelers, supported by major regions of Russia. The partners of the exhibition is the Russian Union of the Tourist Industry. The technological partner is Profi.Travel. And today, with us, we will have in our program our colleagues. We can show our guests. Hello. Together with us are Sergei Korneev, Chairperson, St. Petersburg Committee for Tourism Development, Tatiana Murzina, Sheremetyevo International Airport Expert, Valery Shelkov, member of the tour operator Russian Railways, and Elena Karmanova, head of the entry department at Vodohod. And we will have with us Zarina Daguzova, head of the Russian Tourism Agency of the Russian Federation, and Yelena Lysenkova, deputy head of Rostourism. And together with Yelena, we will hold the entire program today. And we have prepared a brief but very short video for you about what Profi.Travel Hub is about and what you can see at the exhibition today and in the next few days.
Rostourism, along with the key Russian regions of the year, is hosting the first ever online expo for foreign partners, including professional buyers of Russian tourist products. Information and technology support is provided by the travel media holding, Profi.Travel. Russian Travel Hub is the first professional forum where Russian regions will present their tourist products exclusively to foreign consumers. Over 1,000 professional buyers from partner countries in Europe, Asia, and the Middle East are expected to attend this event. The expo aims at presenting Russia as a safe, modern, attractive, and comfortable country with state-of-the-art air and land travel infrastructure. Tour operators from different parts of Russia will present their tourist products and services, from classic routes to Moscow, St. Petersburg, and the Golden Ring to modern conceptual tours to Kamchatka, Sakhalin, Karelia, Siberia, and other regions. Discover how safe, exciting, extraordinary, and comfortable traveling across Russia can be. You will also be provided with the latest information about the e-visa system, the time of introduction and usage specifics in current conditions. Furthermore, you will learn about our efforts to make post-pandemic trips to Russia safe. How to explore Russia in 3 days. 1. Register for the expo. 2. Choose the most relevant online presentations. 3. Sign up in the networking system and get started. Define your role at the expo and fill out all the fields in your profile to make it easier for partners to find you. Use filters to find relevant companies. Get in touch with them and exchange business cards. Appoint and attend meetings during the dedicated period from November 12th to November 16th. Earn points for everything you do at the expo, exchange business cards, appoint meetings, and view presentations, and you will have a chance to win prizes and take home your own Expert on Russia certificates. The final number of points will define your standing in the expo's rating. Prizes will be drawn among the leaders. Expert on Russia certificates will be awarded to those with at least 3 online presentations viewed today. We wish you every success at the expo, Russian Travel Hub.
Colleagues, I think you have learned a lot of interesting things in our online exhibition. This exhibition will take place until the 16th of November. We will have programs and broadcasts today. We will show you interest in Russia, and starting from tomorrow we will have networking. You can fix appointments, exchange business cards, and exchange contacts. Actually, 300 companies from Russia are already registered. It's a huge number. So I think that you can choose those companies that are the most relevant for you and your tourists. You can exchange your business cards, you can fix appointments and have meetings. Right now, at this exhibition, 1,225 users are registered, including 728 foreign buyers from 45 different countries, including India, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Oman, Bahrain. This is, of course, Europe, France, Spain, Germany, Austria, Switzerland, England, Italy, the Czech Republic, Luxembourg, Lithuania, Denmark, Bulgaria, Croatia and Portugal, Asian countries, China, Sri Lanka, Philippines, Korea, Singapore, and even Nepal, America, Canada, Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, and CIS countries, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, as well as Egypt, Australia, Turkey, and many other countries. Actually, there are so many tour operators connected to us, and we really hope that such a detailed business event, which is held for the first time online, will keep you interested. I hope that you will see all our programs until the end, and our next program will be for tour operators.
The companies from St. Petersburg and Moscow and other cities will be telling you about the products that we have and that they have. And not only the capital cities, Russia beyond the capital cities will also be covered today, and more detailed information will be provided to you. What can you find there and what programs are prepared for our potential dear visitors. Now, let's continue, and our distinguished guest here, Sergei Korneev, is coming over, and we look forward to have Zarina Daguzova and Elena Lysenkova from the Federal Agency for Tourism, and that would be the start of our live broadcast. So I began talking about contemporary Russia, how modern the country is. And frankly speaking, I have visited quite a lot of Russian regions. I would say 5 flights over the last month. I came from St. Petersburg to Moscow by train tonight, and I have traveled 3,000 kilometers in the early November across Russia. So I've been using all types of transport, and I have never paid in cash because Visa, MasterCard are welcome here, and even old ladies in the market were giving me a bottle of jam for online monetary transfer. So that was something. And when you travel by air, you can find high. Well, certainly you have to be wearing a mask, but it's a normal thing today. And the trains I have also mentioned. Valery is going to tell us about the Russian Railways experience, Russian Railways tourist company, RZD Tour he represents. And, well, let's begin. And now I would like to give a floor to Tatiana Murzina from Sheremetyevo International Airport, the primary aerial hub of this country. Because Sheremetyevo Airport is made up of a few terminals. This is the biggest airport in Russia, Moscow. Tatiana, good morning. The floor is yours. Could you tell us about your wonderful airport?
Good morning. Thank you for such heartily welcome. My name is Tatiana, and first of all, I would like to thank everyone for attending today's event. It's a great honor to be here and to represent Sheremetyevo International Airport. At first, I would like to start with the several interesting facts about Sheremetyevo International Airport. More than 300 Soviet and Russian movies were filmed at this place. Moreover, the services of the very special dog breed are used to ensure safety and security here. And the last fact is that the capacity of Sheremetyevo International Airport reaches 75 million customers per year. So yes, it is definitely the main and the largest airport in Russia, with widest route network and biggest passenger traffic in Moscow and in Eastern Europe. So as it has been mentioned already, SVO, Sheremetyevo International Airport, has 5 passenger terminals, and one of them is used specifically for business aviation. Now there are 3 general aviation terminals used. Terminal B for domestic flights, Terminal C for international ones, and Terminal D, both for domestic and international flights. As you may see on the slide, the passenger traffic in 2019 reached almost 50 million passengers per year, and it was almost half of overall Moscow traffic. And the share of Sheremetyevo International Airport, the share of international passenger traffic was more than 50%, 53 to be precise. Right now you may see the map of how Sheremetyevo International Airport looks like. So you may see that there are 2 sides, as we call them, the northern side and southern side. I would like to start describing the facilities that are located at the south. So here we have Terminal D, home of almost all foreign airlines that are having flights to and from SVO. As you may see, this area is very well developed. There is a great number of hotels located within 10 minutes walk, and also the hotel Radisson Blu is located under one roof with the terminals, with the airport itself. So the passengers, the visitors don't even have to leave the building, which is very convenient. Also, there is a railway terminal interconnected with the airport, so the passengers may arrive directly from the city center to the airport, and again, not leaving the comfortable building. As you may see, the southern side, the terminal D, E, and F, are interconnected with the northern side via interterminal tunnel. This interterminal tunnel represents the train that goes between two sides of the airport, so free of charge. The passengers who arrived via train, for example, can reach the northern side within 4 or 5 minutes. And northern side is brand new developing side where we have 2 brand new terminals. Terminal B was launched in 2018 prior to the World Cup, and Terminal C1 was launched in 2020 and reopened in 2021. This area is still developing. We are going to have the train to Moscow, which is going also directly from the northern side to the city center. This train is under construction, and this facility will be opened next year. So you see, we are developing, we are progressing. In 2019, we have launched the third independent runway that is located a bit outside of the airport facility, and there are 2 more runways located between the sides of the between the sides of the airport, excuse me. And by the way, the third one, this independent one, fits the standards of the third category of the International Civil Aviation Organization. That means that the aircraft may land there even in thick fog and with very low visibility, which is again very convenient, and we don't have to delay the flights. So speaking about the COVID-19 pandemics and the effects of it, we may say that we have overcome these pandemics, and the passenger traffic continues growing. And what is most important, the international passenger traffic still remains significant, and still more than 50% of international passengers choose SVO as the place where to go, which as the hub to use. And continuing the topic of route network and destinations, it is necessary to mention that this, even in these hard times, we managed to develop our new destinations, open new destinations. This year, for example, speaking about passenger destinations for passenger flights, we have launched some new cities, and like Casablanca, like Doha, Colombo, for example, some new cargo destinations like Buenos Aires and Havana. And if you pay attention to the top 10 domestic destinations, it's very important to mention that not only the popular resorts are now very often visited, like Simferopol, Sochi, St. Petersburg, but also the Far East, Vladivostok, Khabarovsk. So it means that there is a great demand for tourism within Russia, and it's very pleasant to know and to answer to this demand. As for connectivity rating, you may see now on the slide the statistics for 2019. From SVO, we had 69 destinations all over Russia, and more than 100 destinations in Europe, which is again the great number. 16 destinations in Middle East and more than 70 destinations in Asian and Pacific region. As per the BCG analysis, more than 40% of population of Moscow and Moscow region are living in SVO catchment area. So SVO catchment area is significantly larger than the areas of other Moscow airports, such as Vnukovo and Domodedovo. And if we consider the gray zones, the total number of the potential visitors, or the potential customers of SVO increases significantly. Also, there is almost 1/3 of Moscow hotel rooms that are located in SVO catchment area. And if we look again at the gray zones, there will be more than 60% of accommodation options that are located in the SVO catchment area. And speaking about the main tourist attractions, the main places of interest, SVO catchment area covers such famous sites in Moscow as VDNH, the exhibition of achievements of national economy, Moscow city skyscrapers, Patriarchy ponds, and of course the very city center, which includes the Kremlin. And by the way, the Red Square may be reached from SVO by car within 40-45 minutes by car, which is super convenient and extremely important for the passengers, for the customers that are going to visit the very city center in a short time. As for the awards, I would like to underline that every year our efforts are praised by different organizations, different awards. This year we have been awarded as the busiest airport in Europe and the most punctual airport in Europe. So this praise means a lot for us. Also, last year we have been rated as the best airport in Russia for security, and this is very precious since aviation security is the matter of great importance. And in 2019, the domestic Terminal B has been rated with 5 stars of British agency Skytrax, which is like an Oscar in aviation. And we are very proud to have such a great award. Of course, all these achievements would have been impossible without the great contribution of our dearest partners, of the airlines that are helping us to develop and expand. Now, I would like to say a few words about Aeroflot, the main Russian carrier. It has the unique position since its history is interconnected, has 5 stars of Skytrax, has been awarded as the best airline in Eastern Europe for 8 times. And right now, as Aeroflot has more than 60 domestic routes from SVO and 124 international routes. Speaking of foreign partners, you may see on the slide that we are continuing developing our cooperation with foreign airlines. This year we had Air India joining us, Full Air Armenia company, and most importantly, the pearl of the Middle East, Qatar Airways, has chosen SVO as their home in Moscow in this year. So I would like to mention a few words about the infrastructure, but since our time is short, I would just like to show you the brand new terminals. The Terminal B outside view is here. you may see that this is the modern and brand new terminal that is very convenient for the passengers. Terminal C international flights, they're brand new as well, launched in 2020 and reopened in 2021. One of the main advantages and one of the landmarks of this terminal are the automated immigration desks that are again very convenient for the passengers traveling. And we have a great number of business lounges in Terminal C, very nice ones. So the key advantages for the passengers are the following. The great connectivity with Moscow via railway, via modern toll road, via express bus routes. We have special lounges for passengers with reduced mobility in each of the terminals, as well as the family rooms, nurseries. There is a great variety of accommodations, several hotels allocated within 10 minutes walk. Interterminal tunnel, again for convenience of the passengers traveling from one side of the airport to another. And all in all, why shall the passengers, the customers, choose SVO as the hub for during their visit to Russia? So we are the biggest airport, the busiest one, but still we have very high rate in punctuality. Punctuality index is very high. We have the largest catchment area, a lot of hotels are located in this catchment area. The high quality of services has been proved and awarded. There are 10 Russian carriers and more than 30 foreign airlines having flights to and from SVO. So for everyone to choose the proper and convenient way how to reach SVO and their final destination. And also, since the connectivity rate is quite high, there is a wide variety of transit directions where to go, both as within Russia and outside. So we have connectivity with China, Commonwealth of Independent States, Europe, and Asia. Thank you for your time. Thank you for visiting. Thank you for listening. It is very important and a great honor for me to represent Sheremetyevo International Airport at this conference, at this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you very much indeed. When I am going from Terminal B, I am coming earlier, not just because it takes a lot of time, but because I want to enjoy it one more time, because Terminal B has the most delicious restaurant, Vietnamese cuisine, Eastern Oriental cuisine, a lot of coffee shops. So I'm spending their time. I'm taking my time in your terminal, and thank you for that.
Indeed.
Sergey.
Thank you so much.
Sergey, hello. Are you there? Sergey Korneev is representing the St. Petersburg Committee for Tourism. He is the chairman of that committee, and apart from the fact that St. Petersburg is one of the beautiful cities of Russia and the world, St. Pete is another big hub of this country, and St. Pete has a lot of northeastern routes across Russia. Well, hello, distinguished travel agents and guests of our today's conference. We're happy to introduce St. Petersburg, a classic modern tourist center. Before the pandemic, our city was the most popular city among Russian guests in Russia, and the situation has not changed. It is a little bit paused for the pandemic, but we are getting ready to be back on track for international tourism, and we have lots of countries. The Pulkovo International Airport receives international flights in full that are traveling between the capital cities. Our Airflot colleagues have mentioned that as well. The St. Petersburg infrastructure at the moment is fully operational, and we have been tested by UEFA, European Club fans this year. 85% of feedback from our foreign travelers are still high or very high. Now, apart from our classic tourist destinations, the State Hermitage, the Amber Room, the Tsar's Village and Peterhof, as well as many museums, we know that it is time-driven, and our competitive advantage of a classic and modern city is to develop new St. Petersburg geography routes. What is a new tourist geography? This is the Hermitage plus something else. Gastronomic, foodie sites, and yesterday Petersburg was listed as a creative UNESCO site for gastronomy offers, and a gastro-culture of St. Pete is as diverse as the city. European, Russian, international cuisine is mixed, in a unique melting pot, and you have a large variety of gastronomic selections and options. Now, it's more than attractive due to the foreign exchange rate. It's even more attractive for you, and under the new tourist geography, we develop many new customized or craft guided tours for smaller organized groups related to the urbanistics and architecture, related to all the richness of a megapolis, which is uniquely based layer by layer of different ages, historic centers. It was established 300 years ago by Peter the Great, the Lachta district, the public spaces, New Holland, Sev Kabelport, Land Polygraph Mesh, new observation decks, to name a few. So, food courts in classic interiors of Soviet markets. The Fort of Ireland is a sensitive activity of the Soviet Navy, Kronstadt, in St. Petersburg. So we are now assembling a construction set of travels that you can get back to St. Pete over and over again. Contemporary art, gastronomy, historical capabilities of our cities, creative, sportive events, and all the routes for people who like walking, who like fitness and physical culture. So it's all available in St. Petersburg today. Again, it is a construction set that we are getting ready to offer to you, dear visitors. We have a Visit Petersburg web portal. Please visit it. This information is being uploaded there in many languages. So the idea is to add on those historic and tourist destinations by from short city breaks to full-scale vacation seasons, as Alexei has mentioned. St. Petersburg plus 3 hours routes, we call it. The silver necklace of Russia, northeast, the Russian Baltics, the Russian North. It's all here, next to us. Veliki Novgorod city, the Middle Ages Vyborg, the Tikhvin, center of Russian Orthodox Church, Pskov, where the Russian begins, Karelia Republic with environmental tourism. It's all here. It's all for you. Now, we have been waging our neighboring districts of northeast of Russia, the Russian North districts. The information is going to be uploaded together, and recently we had an interesting art project, the Pearl of the Northern Necklace, where all Russian culture figures have visualized their vision of all northwestern part of Russia. 2 million people have watched that installation, and the QR codes, if you scan them, you could get tourist information on the northwest of Russia, and now it's all combined, and we can provide it to you. All new offers from St. Petersburg, new tourist geography, classic and modern St. Petersburg, all in one, available in that one-stop shop on Visit Petersburg website. The Silver Necklace of Russia, historic cities and environmental districts of northwest of Russia and the Russian north. So any of your requests would be satisfied, and we hope that the new offers would come on stream from our city, our region, and sporadic tourists as well. You can travel as you want, because many like individual tours, many like going by themselves, and I think that the business partners would also be interested, and the tourists from different countries and regions. So all that information is ready, and you can find it at visitstpetersburg.ru, and we, as the tourist bureau of St. Pete, are here for you. We are at your service. Many thanks, Sergei, for your presentation. The St. Petersburg Tourism Committee is a primary partner of our today's presentation. There was a hybrid event yesterday dedicated to this combined tourism, from e-visa to modern technology development. Thank you, Sergei. Let's continue. And the next speaker is Valery Shilkov. If you used to travel to Russia 10 years ago, you can do that again, and you would not recognize the Russian railways, because we have new railway terminals, new trains, and RZD Tour is the Russian Railways tourism subsidiary. Valery, the floor is yours. Hello.
Hello, everybody. I'm really excited to be part of this conference today, and I'm really happy that Federal Agency for Tourism and St. Petersburg, City of St. Petersburg gave us a chance to address this audience. We definitely know that among those who are listening are our old partners and some our new customers. We been missing in our trains the passengers during these last 2 years and we are happy that hopefully that COVID era will be finishing soon, and we will be able to meet again in our trains. Well, I will briefly go through the new opportunities. Probably those who've been traveling to Russia let's say 10 years ago, would not recognize the Russian railways. Russian Railways is still the biggest railway company in the world, and in terms of passenger traffic, like last year, we've been carrying over 1 billion passengers across the country, and almost 120 passengers were in long distance. And in some areas, Russian railways is the only carrier. And in terms of tourists, we are probably carrying half of the tourist traffic in the country. RZD Tour has been on the market for the last 16 years, serving different partners, helping our international operators, our Russian operators, and we obviously are #1 company in railway tourism in this country. And mostly due to we don't have much time left, but and I would like to focus mostly on the new destinations that we are developing for as well as for domestic travelers, as well for the international travelers. Well, somehow, thanks to this COVID area, we've been seeing last year huge demand for railway tourism because the borders were closed, and this really helped us to develop a lot of new routes, a lot of new destinations, and thanks to the top management of Russian Railways, they've been a big focus on building new trains, new carriages, new travel and tourist locations across the, particularly for railway tourism as well as for all other tourists here. So we now have great locations in Russian North, in Russian Northwest. We have beautiful routes in the north of Ladoga Lake. We have a beautiful mountain park over there. We have base of retro and steam locomotives, and we have perfect logistics to bring tourists to these areas from Moscow and from St. Petersburg. As well, we travel up through Arkhangelsk, Kizhi, over to Murmansk, and definitely this Russian North is one of our signature destinations. Besides, for next year, we'll be serving a lot of trains from Moscow. Basically, this we call weekend cruises, which take normally 2-3 days, people spending in the trains. We now have perfectly new trains. We now operate 15 trains, especially for tourism. And I will show you, for example, this beautiful double-decker train. This picture has been taken on around Baikal Lake, and this double-decker is actually is the first one which has been delivered from the factory last year, and now it is serving a route from Moscow to Karelia. We hope that next year we'll have 2 more trains like this, and we see these double-decker trains as primarily carrier for budget travelers. So, and this segment has never been available for the international customers. And we, due to this COVID area, and demand, the domestic demand, have developed a big number of products that fit into much smaller budget than our regular signature Trans-Siberian trains. So we hope that, for example, our weekend and budget trains will be a good addition for each trip that you are arranging to Russia, for example, to Moscow, to St. Petersburg. The people can come and visit 2-3 days Moscow, 2-3 days St. Petersburg, and then they can take a train for 2 days and travel Russian North, South. They can travel Golden Ring. They can visit beautiful cities like Pskov, Novgorod, Kostroma, and Veliky Ustyug, for example. Then we see a huge interest in different holiday tours. As I said before, we try to build new steam locomotive, not new, to restore steam locomotives, and currently we have about 30 restored steam locomotive in different areas of the country. So steam locomotives are available in Lake Baikal, they're available in the north, they're available in Moscow, and they're available in down south. Like last year, we launched Cross Caucasus train that it's a week trip taken starting from Moscow, ending up in ancient city of Derbent in Dagestan. So this train we definitely repeat next year, and we hope that this will be an interest for, since this train is visiting our biggest cities in Northern Caucasus. It goes through Rostov, it goes through Mineralные Vody, goes through Nalchik, Grozny, and Makhachkala, returning through Astrakhan and Volgograd, Stalingrad to Moscow. So, and of course, well, I have only 3 minutes left. What I should definitely say that our signature still trip is Trans-Siberian. Trans-Siberian route is the longest route in the world, and some people and some travelers, they definitely nominee Trans-Siberian Railway is one of musts for specialists in tourism, and this is a unique, absolutely unique trip and it has a huge demand. Unfortunately, we could not operate it during the last 2 years, but we hope that we will provide it for all those who are waiting before the borders will be open. What I should say, what are the changes in Trans-Siberian? So we have new carriages. The infrastructure around Lake Baikal has been seriously modernized. This around Baikal has been the new stations are renewed. The museum for the tourists is open. The new railway station in Port Baikal has been open in July. So we are waiting our tourists there, and we know that now we'll be there to provide much better service as it has been in previous years. Also, I should mention that, of course, the number of high-speed traffic, high-speed trains between Moscow and St. Petersburg has been increased during the last 2 years. The new trains are coming, so we hope that the trips between two capitals, which are still major travel destinations for everybody, will be much more comfortable, and we can offer and high-speed travel, and we can offer overnight trains to capitals for those. Besides, for luxury travel, we have a lot of opportunities to provide the most demanding customers, and we are ready to arrange any special trips to any destination in country where we do have a railway route. I think I must finish now, and I think I must finish now, and I'd like to say thank you for taking your time and attending our conference. Thanks for organizers, and we hope we will see our guests back in Russia soon.
Yes, thank you very much. This morning I have been telling everyone how nice railways we have in Russia, and we just heard this. Once again, just one small statistic. Hello, Zarina. The Federal Agency for Tourism, Zarina Daguzova, is in our studio now. I would like to share one small statistic. We have more than 1,200 users registered here. We have our permanent buyers, we have foreign buyers, and we already arranged 150 meetings in networking starting from tomorrow. Zarina? Yes, I'm looking there, right? Yes. Dear colleagues, good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to welcome the tourist business from all over the world at the first exhibition of professional customers that is being held online. We have more than 2,000 participants, 2,000 representatives from the global tourist business, and they have joined our online professional exhibition. The participation in this event is totally free, and I'm happy that the users from all over the world have this unique opportunity to communicate and maybe to restore the contacts lost during the pandemic. For our tourist business, this is a unique opportunity to tell you, our colleagues from all over the world, about the tourist potential from the entire country, to present new tourist routes that emerged recently, to tell you about new tourist products and the opportunities in our beautiful Russia. And of course, this is a unique opportunity for our foreign partners, for foreign tour operators to learn more about our country, to learn about the opportunities we have, and to restore those business contacts that might have been lost to some extent during the pandemic. Yes, I've been looking in the wrong direction, as my colleagues told me. But today, Russia pays a lot of attention to development of tourism and hospitality. This is a very important industry in the Russian economy, which exerts a huge social and economic impact on all Russian industries. Last year, for the first time, we established a big program for developing tourism. We have dozens of new tools for developing the tourism and hospitality sector. We support small businesses, mid-size and large businesses. We create new tourist routes, new accommodations, new quality hotels, modular hotels. On a systemic basis, we do promotion, we encourage demand, and we do many other things. We have financing dedicated to the tourism industry, which expanded almost tenfold, which is a great confirmation that we pay a lot of attention to this wonderful industry in which dozens of millions of people work globally. And of course, I would like to wish everyone, all the participants of this event, a very fruitful for all of you to restore and this is a unique opportunity for all of you to restore and re-establish your business contacts, exchange opinions, listen to each other, and prepare in the best possible way to the moment when the pandemic will go away and the mutual tourist flows and international tourism will be fully recovered. I'm happy to welcome all of you once again. I wish you good luck and thank you very much for your participation. And of course, we are looking forward to seeing tourists from all over the world in our beautiful country once the situation with the pandemic has been stabilized. Thank you. Thank you, Zarina. Thank you for coming to our studio. I think that the Russian Travel Hub will be the starting point for developing tourism in Russia. I'm sure of this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Zarina, for joining us in this studio, for joining our broadcast. And we are moving on. Right now we will also have Yelena Lysenkova, Deputy of the Federal Agency for Tourism, and we will talk with her about what is important to know for our foreign guests and foreign tour operators who would like to send tourists to Russia, about how safe it is in Russia. We will talk a bit about e-visas and those things that, along with the tours and locations themselves, are at least as important as everything else. The floor is yours. Hello, Alexei.
Онлайн in Russia Federation. Я рада приветствовать всех коллег российских, международных в продолжении прекрасных слов Зарины.
I'm happy to welcome all our colleagues, both in Russia and abroad, at our professional communication platform for tour operators, partners, hotels, destinations, and I'm sure that those connections that will be established and re-established at this exhibition will be the basis for a long-term partnership relation between our companies and countries, and the basis for working with new tourists, attract them to Russia. And our colleagues from different regions of Russia will tell you more about our beautiful locations, as well as our business colleagues. Going back to the question you started with, Alexei, about how the industry is going to recover, about what we are going to do and what is already being done in Russia. I think that we need to start with a very relevant issue regarding the safety of traveling. Russia, as many other countries in the world, has implemented all the necessary protocols, and it ensures all the necessary requirements and norms at hotels, airports, and so on, to make sure that the traveling is safe everywhere. Our key points of attraction are Moscow and St. Petersburg, and they have joined this international program to ensure the safety of tourism, called Safe Travels. And this is a clear set of rules that enable international tourists to trust this travel and to be sure that they can really make this trip. I need to note that in some of the regions of Russia there are special rules and norms which are quite simple, and They are located in a single registry for national tourist portal Profi.Travel, and this enables our guests to get familiarized with them, and as a result our foreign guests will know everything about our specific requirements, so that the trip is seamless given the existing restrictions. That's it. Thank you very much, Elena. Are we going to continue this Q&A session? As you wish. I would also like to add that we have some questions regarding tourists. For example, can tourists come to Russia from all countries? And we understand that right now we can have residents from all over the world coming to Russia. That is 78 countries. These are countries with which we already opened our borders on a mutual basis. And first of all, it's about air travel. And to enter the country, guests from these countries need a PCR test, and they need to fill in a questionnaire which is quite simple and clear. And I'm sure that the majority of people of the world will find it easier. Right now there is no repeated PCR test or quarantine. As to the tourists that are already here, do you need a PCR test for coming from one region to another one? No, you don't need any PCR tests when crossing the region's borders. Some of the regions established some special requirements. This concerns the hours of work of certain facilities, and sometimes you need PCR tests when attending a certain facility or a company, or there might be some other measures that you can find at our Russia.Travel website, where you can find all the necessary information regarding all that. Talking about the rules of visiting some facilities that are of interest to foreigners, such as restaurants or museums, do we have any restrictions here? Does this concern tourists? Well, as I already said, the rules of visiting museums, restaurants or hotels are very similar in all the regions of Russia. There is some minor specificity given the specific situation in a certain region of Russia, and all those rules are written on a single website. Right now there are no special measures in Russia. Thank you very much, Elena, and I think we are going to move on. Yes, I think that the e-visa issue is also very important. Yes, of course, we are going to ask you about it as well. We've been talking for a year about the introduction of e-visas, and everyone is waiting for that, because it can really make entry to Russia easier for potential tourists. So what are the prospects for introducing this new format of working with tourists? The system of e-visa is ready for launch. At this moment, in the past year, there is a greater number of points equipped with all the necessary equipment. There are 70 such points where people from all countries of the world can cross the borders with the e-visa. We are talking about the introduction of the system so that our guests can start getting e-visas. I hope that this decision will be taken. It involves the COVID situation globally and the convenience of travel in the future. The rules of the visa have not changed. You can stay in the country for 16 days with tourist purposes, and you can travel between regions of Russia. There are no additional requirements to cross the borders of the regions of Russia, so you can travel between the regions. And more than 70 points of passing enable you to enter the country in any region or exit from it. I heard that recently there has been a simplification of the ordinary visas. You don't need any invitations anymore. Can you talk about this in greater detail? Yes, that's right. Right now, all the procedures of getting a Russian visa for foreigners up to 6 months has been simplified. So right now, there is no need to get any confirmation from the tour operator. You don't need any booking. So it has become much simpler, and we are sure that the 6 months period which is given by such visa enables you to make long trips such as cruise routes, railway routes, water travel, car trips. For example, you can actually drive your car to the Altai region. For that, you need a long-term visa. And I think that even a 16-day e-visa will not be enough to cover the entire territory of Russia by car, for example. Well, Russia is already accepting tourists, and I saw a lot of tourists from India, from United Arab Emirates, or from Europe, who are already coming to Russia and enjoying it. I hope that every month we will have more foreign tourists, and we will have a renaissance, a recovery of inbound tourism to Russia. Yes, I agree with you, and we also have special conditions for cruises, and we are all for that. We believe that the cruises have a big potential in our country. This potential is not fully tapped by now, so there is another option for our foreign guests. As for the post-pandemic period, how do you evaluate the need to change the tourist product in Russia? What do you need to show to foreigners? It is clear that we have had some traditional destinations such as Moscow, St. Petersburg, the Golden Ring. What else can we offer to them? How did Russia change over the past 5 to 10 years? I would say that Russia even changed over the past 2 or 3 years, because we have been benefiting from the recent events, because in recent years there are some non-standard, non-trivial guests coming. There are new track routes, new eco routes, there are some winter travel options. You can also enjoy the nice lake Baikal in winter, and furthermore you also have the gastronomic tourism, which was relaunched. The map of the country is full of new dots, and you really need to taste this cuisine. Yes, and a little bit about the Michelin restaurants that just appeared in Russia. Yes, that's right. This is a great advantage for Moscow, because it is for the first time that there are some Michelin restaurants, and 2 restaurants got 2 Michelin stars in Moscow, and the Michelin Guide now has a list of great restaurants from Russia that were highly appreciated by the guide's experts.
Наших иностранных туристов. При этом стоит отметить, что больше 50% этих ресторанов это рестораны.
And I need to point out that more than 50% of those restaurants are about local cuisine, local dishes in a unique format. And actually there are a lot of national dishes provided by those restaurants. To continue, I would like to say something about the Transsib railway. Russian Railways and RZD Tour just presented their offers, and we made a breakthrough in this area, and it's also something that deserves visiting in this new format, because you can go from the Russian capitals to unique destinations with their own charisma. And actually, the railway carriage is like a hotel for you. It's very convenient.
And it's not a trivial program, and for other subjects or regions, this is travel to Korea.
Есть, конечно же, путешествия в середине, в Сибирь, и просто невероятные какие-то новые ракурсы, которые открываются через призму железных дорог.
Yes, so we have been talking about the Sheremetyevo airport. It's also been very interesting. And it's interesting how the main airports of the country changed, and we have a lot of new things from Russian railways, and we have another speaker from the Vodokhod cruise company. I think you are familiar with their product. It's one of the most interesting cruise operators in Russia. And I would like to give the floor to Elena Karmanova from Vodokhod. Let us listen to her. With pleasure.
Dear travel professionals, hope you are not tired yet, as I wish to invite you to the wonderful world of river cruising in the very heart of Russia. Let me introduce the Vodokhod River Cruise Line, the company with the biggest and the most innovative fleet on Russian waterways. With 18 years of experience and the cruise fleet of 26 ships ranging from 3 to 5 stars, Vodokhod is able to meet any budget and life preferences of our guests. Huge multi-million investment program of fleet renovation was launched in 2018, and several ships have already passed such renovation and upgrade, and the brand new flagship of Vodokhod's fleet, Mustai Karim, was launched into service in 2020, being the first river cruise ship constructed in Russia for the last 60 years. Vodokhod is constantly adding new itineraries and destinations to our program, trying to show you the best of Russia, from the glorious capitals to the remote, wild, but extremely beautiful corners of our country. 12 ships out of 26, including Mustai Karim, are used to welcome our international guests, and we guarantee the onboard service and shore excursions in 5 languages: English, German, French, Italian, and Spanish. Pandemic forced Vodokhod to focus even more on the safety of our guests, and during the seasons 2020 and 2021, enormous safety measures were implemented fleet-wide, including total disinfection. To avoid crowding during the shore excursions, we suggest our guests to use audio guides, allowing keeping social distancing and still listening to the guide. Surely all audio guides are thoroughly disinfected after every use. Vodokhod also owns the fleet of small ships for local transportations and short river trips in different Russian regions. Pioneering in each and every sphere, we are now constructing speedy small ships eco cruiser, which will go fully on the electric power. These ships will join the fleet from 2022, and this will be the huge input in the environmental protection. And now, I would like to focus on 3 most of our offers and present absolutely unique travel products that will surely meet the tastes and wishes of the demanding travelers. First most is surely already mentioned, brand new flagship of our fleet, Mustai Karim. We are proud of this beautiful ship, being for sure the best ever cruise ship on the Russian waterways. The itineraries of Mustai Karim cover practically all popular destinations in the European part of Russia, from Moscow to St. Petersburg, from Moscow down the Volga River to Kazan, and all the way down to Rostov-on-Don. The strong navigational characteristics of Mustai Karim allow this ship to go in the to go out in the open sea, and so our guests can enjoy the sea cruises on board of Mustai Karim to Black Sea and Azov Sea in the south of Russia. Mustai Karim is a unique ship in every aspect, and one of these is the fact that this is the one and only ship that is allowed to dock in the very heart of the historical center of St. Petersburg. So our guests are able to enjoy the spectacular show of raising the drawbridges right from the decks of the ship. Due to pandemic, only few international guests had the chance to travel on board Mustai Karim during the past two navigations, but the feedback from our Russian guests is really more than positive. So let's have a short talk over the decks of this unique ship, included by British Royal Institute of Naval Architects in the list of the most significant ships of the year 2020. Most of the cabins on board are deluxe staterooms of 18 square meters, all with panoramic windows from floor to ceiling, and the upper part of those windows can be opened, partially forming the so-called French balcony. Several suites and tuner suites are also available on board, some with real balconies. Whatever stateroom you select, you will be surprised by the oversized bathroom with a really spacious shower cabin. All staterooms feature the bathrobe and the slippers, the umbrella to go ashore on the rainy day, and the Lavazza coffee machine to enjoy a tasty drink in the privacy of your own stateroom. Two spacious and beautiful restaurants are waiting for breakfast in buffet style and lunch and dinner served to the table. All of you will agree that the food is an essential part of any vacation, and we can assure you that the meals on board Mustai Karim will please every taste. The talented chefs created the menu for the ship, combining traditional Russian food with the trends of modern international kitchen. So our guests are enjoying their meals from the appetizers to desserts, deliberately cooked and beautifully served. The day on board is full of joy. The big panorama bar waits for our guests to sip a cocktail and listen to the live music, or to dance the night away. The cozy white library features also a bar and is a quiet place to read a book. Here also the arts and crafts classes are held from time to time. Conference room invites to listen to the historical or cultural lectures. The fitness center is waiting for those who can't imagine the day without the workout or the yoga session. The beauty salon opens its doors for the guests who wish to stay in the due form or to prepare to the gala night. The small but fully equipped kids club and teens club are waiting for the younger travelers to make their journey more exciting. An enormous open sun deck offers fantastic views, the fresh air, the dancing under the stars, the unbelievable sunsets and sunrises, and for sure, a million of backgrounds for memorable pictures. Two elevators, one in the aft part of the ship and this forepart, make our walk over the foredecks of the ship pleasant and effortless. To create the interior of Mustai Karim, Vodahot used the works and projects of the gifted artists, and the ship is really beautiful and unique. And we see for all of the cruises on Mustai Karim shows that the ship fits every taste. Those who wish to enjoy the best of Russia in the luxury comfort. So we wait your clients on board of our fantastic flagship, and for more details, we invite you to our booth during the networking. And now I suggest you to move slightly to the east. Saying slightly, I mean really 4,000 kilometers. So we find ourselves in the very heart of Russian Siberia, where the fastest and the deepest river, Yenisei, carries its waters from the borders between Russia and Mongolia right to the Arctic Ocean. And Vodahot proudly preserves one-of-a-kind cruise expedition all the way down the Yenisei River on board of our second luxury ship, Maxim Gorky. The ship has full reconstruction in 2020. The exteriors remain the same classical out style, which perfectly fits the surrounding wild nature, but the interiors were dramatically rebuilt to meet the requirements of the upscale clientele searching for ideal combination of once-in-a-lifetime exploration experience and pure luxury travel. Just imagine yourself sailing through the untouched lands and unshared waters to discover the soul of Siberia. The vast landscape has been virtually untouched for centuries. You will marvel the ancient mountains frozen in time and huge herds of wild reindeers, specially brought to the shore, where you can feed and touch the deer and make fantastic pictures with them. You will visit dramatic volcanic rock pillars of the Stolby Natural Reserve in the south and have the incredible helicopter tour to Putorana Plateau in the north. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is a huge basalt plateau rugged with lakes, rivers, and waterfalls, and so it is really a site that must be visited to be believed. We will show you the dead road constructed by the Gulag prisoners, and 300,000 of them put their lives to bring it to fulfilling the task of Stalin to construct the railway of 800 miles long to connect the Siberian cities. You will traverse 3 climatic zones and experience the of polar day, where the sun never sets and the magic midnight sun lasts in summer up to 2 months. You will visit the Permafrost Museum of 50,000 years old. You will meet people who inhabit Siberia's wilderness, gain the unique insight of their lives. You will discover ancient and isolated settlements, including the home of 45,000 years mammoth. We show you the traditional songs, traditional dances, skills of the friendly locals, nomads, Cossacks, old believers, and several local small peoples, so different in the lifestyle, but commonly friendly and welcoming. You will cross the Arctic Circle and really officially become a polar explorer. The memory of this absolutely unique cruise expedition will stay with you for the rest of the life. And just aboard of our 5-star Maxim Gorky, the travel will be more than comfortable. This ship was deliberately designed to showcase Siberia with all its authenticity. Maxim Gorky is really a floating paradise, whose interiors were designed, inspired by Siberian nature, cultures, and traditions. And the ship will allow to immerse you completely in the very soul of Siberia. Back to the food, we again are proud that the menu served on board of Mustai Karim was created by the talented Siberian chefs and reproduces the diversity of local cuisine in the most modern gourmet style. And I need to add that just the ship is for 86 passengers only, and with a crew of 84, we really deliver the luxury service. Last to mention this expedition is that the northern part of Yenisei is a restricted area, and the foreigners to go there need to obtain the special permission. Vodahot has an exclusive right to apply for such permission for our international guests. So we are not only offering you the expedition of once in a lifetime quality, we offer you to visit the place nobody else can visit. So the last product, the third one most of our offer is the exclusive tour to the Lake Baikal, which is really the pearl of Russian nature, being the deepest and the most ancient lake on the earth. So you have already heard about Baikal in today's morning session here. You will also listen to the which will speak about Baikal later today. The wonders of Baikal can be listed endless. But what is very important and exclusive in our offer is that we suggest you to have a tour combining in just 9 days the two shores of Baikal, the eastern one and the western one, which are completely different in nature and in cultures. But we will show you over 30 picturesque destinations, hardly reachable by bus or by ship. And this is the transportation means which will allow us to do this in a fastest and the most comfortable way. The hovercraft, which is being constructed right now to the exclusive individual order of Vodahot. So the hovercraft is able to carry 28 passengers, and it has the toilet on board, multimedia system screens to show you the cultural lectures or something interesting that the lecturers can bring. The panoramic windows will allow you to watch the scenery of the shores. The reclining seats make the travel very comfortable, and the double glazing ensures heat and noise protection. Just to mention once again the toilet on board, those of you who have ever participated in the expedition in the natural reserve can clearly understand that the toilet is a thing that is often missed. So because it is not allowed to put the toilets everywhere in the national reserves, so our hovercraft will add a lot of comfort to the fantastic and extremely beautiful expedition over the Baikal, with its extremely authentic flora and fauna. And we will show you winter Baikal with incredible bubbles in the ice and ice grottos. We will show you the summer Baikal with the unbelievable sunsets and the cutest Baikal seals on the Ushkan Islands. We will let you immerse in the extremely different cultures and visit the sacred Buddhist places. So our hovercraft makes our journey comfortable and fast, and Vodahot ensures the level of service on the same standards that are used on our ship. So very shortly, there are the 3 most exciting offers of our products. In general, Vodahot has plenty of cruises and trips to be offered to the international guests, and we invite you to come to our virtual booth during the networking. We will show you fantastic river offers of Vodahot and give you much more details on our wonderful cruises. Thank you for your attention and waiting you during the next several days during the networking.
Discover Russia. A country where the sun never sets. A place where Asia meets Europe and the East meets the West. where ancient traditions live side by side with new technologies. A country that keeps its past and looks to the future. We speak 150 languages, but we perfectly understand each other. We are united by thousands of kilometers, endless forests, seas, lakes and rivers, huge megalopolises and tiny villages. We value hospitality and know how to welcome our guests. We dream looking at the sky, and we inspire others. We invent, create, and share our experience. We raise generations. We hurry, we relax, run, wait, fall in love, work, build, we strive. A lifetime wouldn't be enough to describe our country. A country everyone must see with his own eyes. Russia, the whole world within.
Thank you very much, Elena from Vodahad boat company. The recent statistic is saying that we have begun. Networking has begun and 30 meetings have been organized for Vodahad, and some facts and figures for you. At the moment, in our system, we have a few thousand speakers registered, and it's really an interesting place to be.
Да, коллеги, спасибо большое. У нас небольшие технические проблемы в нашей студии. Я поэтому хочу сказать, наверное, завершая.
Well, colleagues, thank you very much indeed. We are going to have another live broadcast in 45 minutes' time, probably the busiest one for today, represented by many regional tour operators. Yelena, please, I am giving you a chance to say goodbye to our listeners. Well, colleagues, thank you very much. I am confident that today's conference will be a baseline for the future good cooperation, and we are watching how active you are in the networking sessions, and I think that it's going to be fruitful for you. So please use those things more actively, that platform in the coming days, to have as more contacts and contracts as possible. We look forward to getting you in the exhibition, and we wish you all the best. We think that this chance could be, well, could be one of a few thousand, especially in the pandemic times. But still, we are trying to do something. Yes, and now let's have a break of 45 minutes, and until next time. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. We are going to start a few presentations of the Russian Travel Hub, the two capital cities of Russia, Moscow and St. Petersburg, for you. I am Anisia Yevdokimova, member of the International Board of the Russian Tourist Industry Union, and now the first speaker is representing the oldest tour operator of Soviet Union and Russia for international visitors, Alexander Polikov, Operations Director of Interist.
Well, dear colleagues, I'm delighted to greet you on behalf of our company Interist, and it's a pleasure to participate in Russian Travel Hub, and in honor to represent our company and start this session of tour operators and industry professionals. I just want to tell you a couple of words about our company first, some interesting facts. Our company is in fact the oldest one and most experienced tour companies operating in Russia. It was founded in 1929, and for several decades it was one and only tour operator on territory of former Soviet Union and Russia. We remain as one of the largest professional tour operators till now, and we operate in inbound, outbound, and domestic tourism. And though during the last years, as all industry, we were affected by the changes and restrictions on traveling, even in 2021, we managed to serve more than 500,000 tourists. Of course, in better years, we assisted up to 2 or 5 million packs in total. And of course, there were hundreds of thousands of people on tourist basis to Russia. Our experience and connections, of course, our infrastructure and partner and supplier network allows us to maintain best prices for almost any location in Russia. And we not only provide best rates, as says here, but also supply great value and higher level of service to our tourists. We focus our company values on quality and consistency. Should it be the group request or tailor-made individual tour. Our staff members are not only experienced, but their approach towards the service guarantees that any trip of our tourists will be memorable for a long time. And since Russia is such a vast and diverse country, I believe that the tourists will come to us again, and they will continue to discover the largest country in the world. Provide the whole range of services for our partners and tourists, and our partners can be sure that offers that they will receive will not only have great prices for hotel accommodation and transportation. We also develop and provide special fixed departure tours and group rates. We guarantee that the booking process with us will be smooth and efficient, and that all our guides and interpreters will be licensed and skilled. Interist not only works with the groups or tour series, but we also develop special VIP and luxury tours. We tailor-made them upon the requests. We are gradually moving towards two special tour products that I want to present to you today. As I mentioned before, and as you know, Russia has a vast territory and is a home of more than 150 nationalities, and the history of our country constitutes for more than 1,000 years. And of course, all of these facts lead to pretty eclectic historical, cultural, and even architectural landscape. The landscape that, on our opinion, can be shown on the example of two beautiful, great Russian cities, which is Moscow and St. Petersburg. Both cities were the capital of Russia during centuries and different historical periods of our country. So we're moving on to the first slide of the tour, and the tour name is Two Capitals, Great History. We begin the tour, of course, with the arrival of our tourists to Moscow, and the second day starts, of course, with the breakfast at the hotel, and continues with the city tour of Moscow, of Soviet buildings of Moscow. Our tourists will feel the vibe of Stalin so-called imperial architecture. Among the objects that our tourists will see will be Stalin high-rise buildings, which are 7 of them in Moscow. They will see Central Tverskaya Street. They will see Lubyanka Street with still famous and somewhat mysterious KGB headquarters. They will see New Arbat Street, which in 1966 received the Grand Prix for architectural development in Paris. And tourists later on, of course, will walk around Red Square. They will walk around Alexander Garden, and after that, they will visit historical department store GUM and try their famous ice cream and see their historical food shop. After lunch in Soviet-style restaurant, we'll lead our tourists to Bunker 42, or as some people call it, Stalin Bunker. That's a nuclear shelter located 65 meters below the ground, and it was established for Soviet government leaders and their families and army especially. This descent, we think that will show and allow our tourists to feel the real atmosphere of Cold War. The program for the next day will start with the visit to VDNH, or as we call it, exhibition of national economy, which used to represent the achievements of former Soviet republics, different industries and agriculture. But as a key point of this visit, we will be the Cosmonautic and Aviation Center that tells the history of development of the space program and space exploration by Russian scientists. After lunch at the Restaurant of National Cuisine, we again will lead our tourists underground, and that will be Moscow Metro. No doubt that Moscow Metro is one of the most beautiful and sophisticated infrastructures in the world, and tourists will enjoy bronze sculptures, they will enjoy stainless glass compositions and mosaics that they will see there, and they will find out a lot of interesting facts about Moscow subway. The day 4 with a comfortable train ride from Moscow to St. Petersburg. And this city, on the contrary to Moscow, that during this tour presents Soviet era, will present very different times from Peter I to the last Russian Tsar. We will kick off this St. Petersburg part with the city tour, with the emphasis on beautiful embankments, views, and palaces. Among those, tourists will see St. Isaac Cathedral, for example, Church of the Savior on Spilled Blood. They will see the main avenue of St. Petersburg, which is Nevsky Prospect, and visit Palace Square with a beautiful Winter Palace. Of course, they will see the symbol of the city, which is the Bronze Horseman, and at the monument to Peter the Great. Tourists will enjoy their lunch at the Russian traditional restaurant, and after that they will continue their trip with a visit to Peter and Paul Fortress, which is the sanctuary of Russian imperial royal family for the several centuries. Next day we will use the bus to move our tourists to Pushkin, town of Pushkin, or Tsarskoye Selo, which is around 25 kilometers from St. Petersburg, and our tourists will be definitely blown away with the beauty and the greatness of the Catherine Palace, and especially I think they will enjoy a room which is decorated with the panels and compositions from the amber of different shades. I think this is one of the wonders to see and definitely to remember. After the return to the city and lunch at another Russian cuisine restaurant, we will offer tourists to visit Fabergé Museum, which has an incredible collection of marvelous jewelry produced by Carl Fabergé Company, and among those will be 9 original Easter eggs, which some people think are small symbols of Russia. Day 6 of the trip will start with a trip to Pavlovsk Palace and Park, and that's used to be a original splendid mansion of one of the Russian emperors, Pavel, and it combines Russian and European architecture with splendid immaculate landscapes of in English style, and the views there are definitely extraordinary. After the lunch, our tourists will be invited to participate in the evening event, and that will be Imperial Ball in Yelagin Palace. This program was especially developed for tourists and participants so they can feel right in the middle of the 19th century ball. After the good rest, next day will be fully dedicated to the visit of Hermitage. This is one of the greatest museums in the world, and though I believe that one day is definitely not enough, not to see it while in St. Petersburg will be a true crime. This day will end with a lunch in Tsar-style restaurants and some leisure time in the evening. And after that, next day, our tourists will, unfortunately for us, leave Russia. And this is very exciting tour, one of which I want to present, and the second one is dedicated to high cuisine. As some of you know, or maybe don't know, Michelin Guide came to Russia finally, and they started with Moscow. 9 of Moscow restaurants were awarded with Michelin stars, and 69 are now in Guide. And we decided that this is a great opportunity to show that Moscow is not only a historical architectural wonder, but also the gastronomic, the center of gastronomic treasures. So that's with arrival to Moscow, and on the second day we gradually move our guests from historical and architectural monuments such as Red Square, such as GUM department store, St. Basil Cathedral, and pedestrian street of Arbat in Moscow, to end the day with unforgettable feast at one of Michelin star restaurants. The second day will be with the same pattern, but we will start with a visit to Kremlin and Armory Chamber. Is a fortress, historical site, but also is the residency of the Russian presidents. And our tourists will see Tsar Cannon, they will be able to see Tsar Bell, they will see cathedral inside, and the amusement with these excursions will be topped with the visit to Armory Chamber Museum. The day will end as well with the Michelin Guide restaurant visit, and the next day we will move our tourists from the city center to Arkhangelsk Memorial Estate, where they can enjoy beautiful views, landscapes, and visit Grand Manor House, Tea House, Small Palace, and Colonnade. This day will also will be ended with a visit to Michelin star restaurant. I think that these two tours represent the creativity, ability, as well as professionalism of our team that can create and manage such an extensive program. If this program is not enough, then we have some other toppings as well, and that will be like a cherry on the top. We can offer special, unique hot balloon flights, tank rides on tank competition, and helicopter flights. To conclude, I think that you can see that interests really our team, we really like Russia. We love our tourists, and we hope that should you, or rather your clients, will decide to come to Russia, you will choose our company. I want to thank you for your kind time, and if you have any additional questions or requests, you can always get in touch with my colleagues, Tatiana and Anastasia, and their contact details are presented on this slide. Thank you so much.
Alexander, thank you very much for your presentation. And we are moving on. Right now, I'm in the building of the Federal Agency for Tourism, Rostourism, the general organizer of Russia Travel Hub, where introduced the most interesting and breakthrough solutions for foreign tourists from all over the world. And our next presentation is dedicated to the IT product. It's a unique marketplace in 5 languages. And today there are more than 200 tours from the tour operators. And now I give the floor to Maxim Hoteev, project manager at the Svoi.TS tour operator. Maxim, we can see you, we can hear you, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. So, I'm sending you good vibes from the very heart of Russia, its capital Moscow. You know what they say, from Russia with love. So, Svoi.TS is here, my name is Max Hoteev, and I'll be glad to represent you our brand new tourism project. But, first thing first, I would like to say a few words about our company, so let's go. Svoi.TS is one of the major tour operators for inbound and domestic tourism with a head office in Moscow and regional offices in Sochi and St. Petersburg. And our mission is to create a quality travel product at competitive prices that meets the expectations of the most demanding clients. Our core activities are, first, incoming tourism. The company provides travel services to more than 500,000 foreign tourists annually. Our clients are tourists from Europe, Latin America, Southeast Asia, and we offer a wide range of varied itineraries and services, such like fixed and individual tours, both for groups and FIT, visa support, transfers, services of certified guides, train tickets, tickets to museums, concerts, exhibitions, sport events, and so on and so forth. Second, hotel reservations. Svoi Hotel is an online hotel booking system developed by the company. The system was created specially for travel agencies. So it was launched on the travel market in 2016 for online hotel reservations across all Russia. And it includes more than 10,000 special offers, more than 5,000 of accommodation facilities from hotels, apartments, villas, sanatoriums, up to hostels throughout all Russia, and it's available 24/7. You can get direct access to rates, availability, and special offers, exclusive offers for travel agencies, loyalty programs, and so on and so forth. The next one is MICE. We organize not just another corporate trip, conference, team building, forum, but an event with specific goals to get the right result. We are distinguished by high expertise in the field of international motivational projects. We know how to create the right climate in any location. We use a targeted approach when organizing any event that is based on the specifics of your business and peculiarities of the company. Working with us, you will be provided with a full range of services in the field of MICE, from visa support up to high-tech solutions. The last but not the least, sport. Since 2008, the sports department of Svoi.TS has been designing and offering hospitality programs of international sport events held in Russia, both for legal and natural persons, as well as for media representatives and sport organizations. Main projects are Winter Olympic Games 2014, Formula One in Sochi, FIFA World Cup 2018, and the reception of football teams such like Sevilla, Valencia, Real Madrid, Athletic Bilbao, Espanyol, and many others on the territory of Russia. So, during the pandemic and lockdowns, when the tourist market froze, we decided not to waste time, but to use this pause to create a convenient, beautiful, informative tourist platform for booking tours in Russia, the first multilingual tourist marketplace, which is already available in 6 different languages, including Russian, English, German, French, Portuguese. Through the joint efforts of our teams from Moscow, St. Petersburg, and Sochi, as well as in cooperation with our numerous regional partners in Russia, we have created exclusive, interesting, diverse travel product for the year of 2022, which is already available for booking. So, at the moment, 17 destinations of Russia from Kaliningrad up to Kamchatka and Sakhalin are presented on the platform. We have been extremely attentive to the details and informational component. Therefore, each destination has a very detailed description so that the tourist can form an understanding of what the region is, its peculiarities, history, and geoposition on the map of Russia, as well as climatic features by seasons, average temperatures, availability of transport hubs like airports, railway stations, ports, and bus stations are also presented on the platform. In addition, some useful tips are given: what to pack, what to see and visit places, what emotions to get, what to bring back home as a souvenir or a gift for a family and friends. From any destination, you can quickly and conveniently, within just a one click, go to a selection of tours of this and that destination. Speaking about tours, I'd like to pay your attention to the fact that currently there are more than 250 tours in 6 different languages on the platform, and each tour is specially designed for a specific tourist market. And the demands of tourists from different countries vary significantly from the content of the tour up to the dates of arrival. To make the tour search more convenient, there are a large number of search parameters that will definitely help you to find the tour of your dream. We didn't overlook the moment of security, which is extremely relevant today. Therefore, we have developed and implemented our own security and compliance programs against the proliferation of COVID-19, which is named Svoi Safe Travel. All tours with such a mark are absolutely safe to travel, and the number of such tours is steadily growing. It is truly safe with us. The number of tourists in the group does not exceed 16 people. All accommodation facilities involved in the tour are registered with the competent authority as Safe Travels. All our guides and Svoi.TS staff have a valid COVID-19 vaccination certificate registered with the Ministry of Health. All restaurants involved in the tour are registered with the competent authority as Safe Travels, as well as all transport companies which are working with. Along with the destinations, all our tours are also extremely detailed. Details are everywhere. Detailed overview of the tour, as well as the description of the tour content, what awaits you, what the tourist will see, description of attraction, timing of the beginning and the end of the program, accompanied by relevant images. In addition, a full description of accommodation facilities of the tour with images and its peculiarities. Information about inclusions, what's important to know when going on this tour, and of course, prices in rubles, euros, and US dollars. We paid special attention to arrival dates. We have fully confirmed and guaranteed every arrival date of every tour presented on the platform. The tour schedule is approved and confirmed, and the variety of available dates is really impressive. It's so easy to select the arrival date from the list, but if you haven't found the desired one, we have provided the Your Dates option, where you can indicate your own dates of this and that tour. So, speaking about the reservation procedure, there's nothing more, just simple and easy. You just fill up the form and send us a request, and that's it, actually. I'd like to pay your attention to an important issue. Absolutely any tour presented on the platform can be modified and combined with one another at your request, as well as all presented tours in English may be organized and conducted in other languages not indicated on the platform, like Japanese, Arabic, Farsi, Swedish, Norwegian, Dutch, and many others upon your request. And our travel managers, travel experts will help you out with this. So feel free to contact them. By the way, you can do it literally from any page of the platform. So most likely some of you have a question how to become our partner. Everything is just as easy and simple. Just fill out the small registration form and our managers will get in touch with you. And being our partner, you will receive high commission participation in promo and farm trips and webinars that we organize, get an access to up-to-date tours and special tour package rates. So this is a platform with more than 250 tours and 17 destinations in Russia, available in 6 languages, in more to come. Our own hotel booking system that guarantees very competitive prices for accommodation during these tours. We are working with more than 500 proven and reliable partners, and our travel experts support you 24/7, anytime, from any location. So use this information that you see now to contact us, or simply scan the QR code to get know our platform better. We believe that this platform and cooperation with us will help the development of your business, and together we will unleash the full tourism potential of the largest country in the world. So thank you for your attention. I do really appreciate it. Sincerely yours, Svoi Travel Services. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your option. And thanks to you, more than 754 buyers from 45 countries of the world know that in Russia they send those greetings from Russia with love, but moreover they are sending the most advanced projects. We are sure that the marketplace will get a great number of buyers interested, and I would like to tell you more the format in which we are having this Russia Travel Hub. It's not just the presentations that we had today and that we are going to have, and that more than 350 of you foreign buyers, and I will repeat those unique numbers. More than 750 buyers from 45 countries of the world, including India, United Arab Emirates, CIS countries, and even Colombia, and of course American countries. And we also invite Russian companies to get registered on the networking platform to fix appointments. Thanks to our Rostourism agency, this is a completely free opportunity for sellers to products and services on Russian territory. More than 300 companies from 35 regions of Russia are already registered and fix appointments at meetings with foreign buyers. We invite you to join your personal page and fix an appointment. And every minute we have new confirmations. Even today we already have confirmations about 250 meetings. And we are moving on. We will talk about Moscow, about the heart of Russia. And another operator called Mostour, which is based in Moscow. They will present us with a very interesting and unique route. Moscow with a taste, if I'm not mistaken. Olga Malinovskaya, Executive Director, Mostour. Olga, I give the floor to you. Thank you, Anisia. Good afternoon, dear friends. My name is Olga Malinovskaya, and I welcome you from the very heart of our country, from Moscow, where first snow has fallen today. Moscow will become even more beautiful with this snow soon. And now we get back to my presentation. Today we will get familiarized with the Mostour ecosystem, with the strengths in Moscow. The Mostour company turned 15 years this year, and we are celebrating our 15th anniversary with a feeling of pride. It's not 90 years like Intourist, but for us it is also an opportunity, an occasion to feel proud. We have had great progress, we have a huge experience, we conducted thousands of excursions and tours, and we launched new routes. There are no language barriers for us. Even in this difficult period, When large-scale international tourism is paused, our tourism continued working. We welcomed foreign delegations, so we serviced groups and teams of athletes. We held interesting events for military experts and so on. But we are also looking forward to the removal of all the restrictions, and we will be waiting for tourists from different countries. Along with what I said, I would like to say that we are celebrating our 50th anniversary with certain awards. Every year, our company is awarded by our partners and colleagues, and this is another occasion to feel proud. For example, last year we won in the contest the Guiding Star for the best product of Moscow. This year we became the winner of the Hospitality Masters Professional Contest. It's an important victory for us. And thank you very much for voting for us. We believe that our mission is not just about client satisfaction. We want our clients to be very enthusiastic with us, to be amazed by us. And we have this excellent feedback very often. This is done because every stage of our work we have a convenient adaptive website, a convenient filtration of tours, instant confirmation of online payments, the possibility to pay for the tour and for each of our products in a way convenient for the tourist. We have nice consultants, charismatic guides, modern transport in line with all the safety requirements. We establish our own products. We are fast and flexible. We have adaptive and variable programs. All of that helps us make our product even more interesting. Mostour is one of the most high-tech companies. We have developed a CRM system. It's a unique online booking system with instant confirmation. Our CRM system takes into account how many places are left, and it is possible to book an excursion or a tour with us, and you get a confirmation instantaneously, and this excludes the possibility of overbooking. This system makes us more efficient. It makes us faster and highly competitive, particularly in the tourist sector. Furthermore, online payment is available on the website. We share APIs with our partners, and this is another source of pride for us. The Mostour ecosystem, what is it about? Ecosystem is a buzzword today, but for us it's not just a word. It's a set of products and services, because our company is a leader in high-tech breakthrough products. That is why we have our own ecosystem. All the products and services of the Mostour company can be divided into three big areas. The first area is Mostour Tech. That's the visible part of our products, the solutions for the clients. It includes all excursions, tours, master classes, immersive shows, everything that we do for our clients. We put it in this part, Mostour Tech. The second big part is business solutions. We have our own CRM, which resolves all the issues. Working with customers and partners is very convenient. And this is why we can use those solutions in different ways. In this section, we also have joint programs with our partners, collaborative schemes, and so on. Another big part is about new projects, the most courageous ideas and thoughts. We do not reject anything. We analyze all the data thoroughly, all the data that we can get thanks to our CRM. We also use big data. We know for sure what will be in demand tomorrow, because we are a pioneer in creating new products. And now I would like to move on to some examples. One interesting example, that's a product that we have for our clients. That's the range of tours around Moscow. This section consists of 7 categories. You can see them on this slide. Classical tours, on a tight budget tour, hidden gems. That's why we were awarded last year. We got the first place in the nomination, the best tourist product. We also have family-oriented tours. These tours are adapted for parents with kids, for grandparents traveling with their grandchildren. The next part is Taste of Moscow. That's for people who love to eat delicious food, to learn something about the new place where they come to, and those people who enjoy delicious cuisine. We also have new generation tours, walks with bloggers, and so on. And the last category is seasonal tours. Soon there will be the Christmas season and the New Year season, and then we will have some other festivals, the beautiful spring holidays, and so on. All the tours involving different seasons. So in each category we have several tours from 2 to 7 days. All the tours are categorized for different target audiences. The tours and excursions are selected in accordance with requests from this target audience, so that we choose maximal comfort for them. The program is created given the traffic congestion in the city. And I would like to talk about 2 examples. I'm not going to talk about all the categories in this section. Today I will tell you about our classical tours. Alexander already mentioned some of them, and I understood that he already spoke about some of destinations, but nevertheless I will talk more about this example. So what is a classical tour? As you know, Russia is the largest country in the world, and in Russia there are about 30 facilities that are part of the UNESCO Global Heritage. And in Moscow there are 3 such monuments. That's the Kremlin, Red Square, the Assumption Church in Kolomensk, and the Novodevichy Monastery. Of course, you need to visit these facilities at least once. If you go to Moscow, you should visit these sites. These sites are a must-see. Furthermore, there are famous monuments and architectural buildings in Moscow, but our tours are unique, not because we offer visiting those facilities, but because we have great possibilities for combining those facilities. Each facility, each point of interest starts to show its particular features. For example, there is a tour around Red Square. Then you can walk around central of Moscow, and then you look at Moscow from the Moscow cable car, and then we offer a walk around the modern Moscow city, and we finalize our tour with the view platform, and our tourists can see beautiful views of Moscow from the height of the 88th floor. And they can also enjoy ice cream. The next example is our range of tours called The Taste of Moscow. It was already mentioned today that there were 150 peoples or nations in Russia. Actually, yesterday I read that it was 194 peoples. And Russia includes all those peoples and loves their traditions. And in our cuisine, we also use the specialties of each of the Russian peoples. So in this tour, we offer various activities, including foodies walks, cooking classes, tasting of different dishes, the famous tea ceremonies. Earlier there was a samovar, a very big kettle in each family, and now not every family has a samovar in Russia, but we still give this possibility to try tea from this huge teapot, the Russian samovar. Furthermore, there is vodka and the world-famous caviar. They are like icons of Russia. And there are a lot of other interesting activities that we offer as part of this tour. To conclude, we offer not interesting walks. We also recommend sites for visiting because Moscow is a huge city. It keeps changing all the time. We have a huge number of restaurants, cafes with great views and excellent cuisine. My friends coming from the US and other countries say that they had never tasted such delicious food and seen such great service.
Приезжайте сами, мы будем рады встречать вас, мы будем рады видеть вас, мы покажем вам Москву такой, какой мы любим ее сами. Спасибо.
Ольга, спасибо вам за это прекрасное погружение в гастрономию истинной русской кухни. Ну а мы хотим еще раз сказать, что мы находимся с вами на мероприятии Russian Travel Hub, генеральным организатором которого является Федеральное агентство по туризму Ростуризм. И у нас есть ключевые партнеры. Это Комитет по развитию туризма города Санкт-Петербурга, Конгрессно-выставочное бюро города Санкт-Петербурга, Российский союз туриндустрии как одно из крупнейших объединений профессионалов туристического рынка и, конечно, медиахолдинг Profi.Travel. А мы продолжаем с вами открывать для себя истинную русскую душу. И она не только в кухне, но еще, конечно, и в культуре. И в России сегодня есть не менее интересные IT-решения, которые находятся на стыке туризма и культуры. Про музеи, про их посещение, про уникальные музейные комплексы и объекты в двух столицах, в Москве и Петербурге, нам расскажет директор по маркетингу сервиса национального маркетплейса музеев Российской Федерации «Билетариум» Алена Калачева. Алена, мы вас видим и слышим, и я передаю вам слово.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah.
Let me briefly tell you about our company and our service. In 2 words, we are offering tickets to Russian museums for tourists and travel companies from all over the world. Let me give you more detailed information. The next slide, please. Our project is called Billetarium. It's a marketplace offering tickets to museums from all over the Russia for tourists and travel companies from all over the world. Initially, since 1993, we acted as a Russian tour operator for inbound tourism, and we offered a full range of travel and MICE services in Russia, including transport, accommodation, excursion, and so on. Then, during the pandemic, we began to think how to transform our business into a digital way and how to be efficient and profitable in future. And we decided to use our great advantage, our direct contracts with the main museums of Moscow and St. Petersburg. And we decided to develop a digital platform marketplace for Russian museums, Billetarium. The platform presents museums from all the regions of Russia. The services are available to purchase from any country in the world. Any convenient currency and languages will be available there. We believe that museums in Russia are one of the things that attract tourists to our country. And next, I'll tell you about some museums that might interest you. The first thing is the highest observation deck in Europe on the 89th floor with the highest ice cream factory, amazing panoramic view of Moscow, and augmented reality right on your smartphone. The next thing is the next slide. Here you can see some of the pictures of panorama. The next thing is Bunker 42. It is the real bunker. You'll visit Stalin's office. You'll see imitation of nuclear bomb explosion and nuclear missile launch that definitely won't leave you indifferent. Museum of Contemporary Art Garage is mainly focuses on Russian modern and contemporary art, but it also contains exhibitions of international artists. Grand Maquette Россия, the largest model of Russia in the world, with an area of 800 square meters. Here are more than 200 trains pass along the routes. There are cities and regions of Russia in the small size. The next slide, please. Yeah. Our platform is focused on both individual and group tourists. For individuals, we offer competitive prices, instant booking confirmation. We also offer skip the line entry to museums of Russia, which is our great advantage during the high season. For group tourists and tour operators, we also offer skip the line tickets to the museums, and we offer our request system. In this case, you sign a contract with us. Then after that, you receive an access to our request system in which you can fill all the necessary fields about the museums you are interested in, about your tourists. Then we confirm your request, you pay by invoice, and your tourists go to the museum. So in the case of B2B, you pay by invoice. In the case of B2C, you pay by card, PayPal, and any other convenient way for you. Our platform presents a wide range of payment methods. They are presented on this slide. Also on this slide, you can see our planned partners. We are communicating with them right now about becoming their suppliers of tickets to the Russian museums. We work as a marketplace, so we receive a commission directly from the museum or supplier. So here you can see our demo screenshots. And here you can find our contacts. Feel free to contact us by email, by phone number, or by any convenient way for you. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Alena, for a very concise and hot presentation. And as Alena's colleague, development director of Bilitarium, today speaking about safety and security in the post-COVID world, we know that such technology allowing us to order online, to pay online, and not to line in a queue to get the service are very important. And once again, thank you, Aliona, for being with us. And you have been the shortest presenter. That's been very interesting, and we are confident that international buyers, we have more than 750 of them, watching and listening to us, would be interested to learn more about you. But now, let's talk about Russian regions and Russian sellers. Over 350 companies already registered on the platform, and a few speakers ago, I have mentioned the fact that it's 35 regions of the country. We have now representatives from 38 regions of the Russian Federation, and we call upon Russian companies to register on the networking platform. Networking is free of charge for all Russian companies offering services in tourism industry today. For you, at the Russian Travel Hub platform organized by Profi.Travel Media Holding Company and the Federal Agency for Tourism, or Rustourism, the Altai Krai, Kamchatka, and even the most distant regions of this country. And if we don't have you, and for instance Orenburg Oblast or Tiva Republic, join us, join our networking program. That goes without saying that Moscow and St. Petersburg companies are leading the way. They are in the majority today, but it does not mean that every region of Russia can and should present its tourist products and services live for international buyers. Now, I am getting new statistics. Over 260 meetings have been already confirmed, and the more are coming. So please, watch this networking site and be on time.
Good day, everyone. Nice to meet you here. My name is Irina Glishina, Russian tour company. And today, first of all, thanks to our organizer for the opportunity to participate in such an event and present our products. Today, we will represent two of our products. First of all, Modern Russia for Everyone. It's our new road. And another one product is our solution for the tourist safety in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Excuse me. Our company has been operating in the tourist market since 2017, and before pandemic in 2019, we became the leaders in hosting tourists from China. Our main clients are from Southeast Asia, Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and India. But there is also some experience of receiving groups from Europe. In the new conditions, the pandemic, COVID-19, tourists are faced with a number of problems. which slows down or does not allow them to visit our country. For example, the inability to receive a QR code through the Russian state website of the state service. And it's not possible for the supervisor authority to verify the original or maybe fake certificates provided by the tourist. Also, that is not sure that the surrounding at airports, hotels, restaurants and museums have negative QR codes and there is no confirmed protection during excursions. So our company creates applications and digital platform for solution this problem. We suggest our solution of the safety of tourists in the condition of COVID-19. It's electronic platform CV Pass. It's our new product for this year. CV Pass provides an innovative digital toolkit for generate a QR code for vaccinated persons with negative PCR tests or express tests, as well as for people who have a certificate or a large number of antibodies. So how CV Pass works? The first, download the results of a possible test from databases of accredited laboratories and certificates of vaccination or revaccination. The second step, generates dynamic QR codes from forgery. Another step is provide them for instant verification and confirms the safety of service of the users of the service and the people around them. When our guests come Russia, their journey begins at the airport. Upon arrival to the territory of the Russian Federation, all passengers of the flight have to pass an express antigen test. Testing is performed at mobile medical centers of CV Pass White Product Partners. It's our laboratories. The results are prepared within 15-30 minutes. Online information is sent to the CV Pass verifier or mobile version on guest smartphone. In case of a negative result of coronavirus infection, tourists are allowed to enter our country. The next stage in the transport or the hotel and restaurant. All service staff are vaccinated against COVID-19 or they are checked daily by PCR tests. Every day there is check of the body temperature of the service staff in the morning and in the evening. All data are transmitted daily to CV Pass. All hotels with whom our company works have appreciated the advantages of using the CV Pass system and are ready to use it. Now monitor the employers and staff for the presence of a QR code or a negative PCR test. All checking-in guests are advised to have an analysis in a laboratory from the CV Pass list before check-in. So it's the most important information about our product CV Pass. And now let me show our program out for tourists, Modern Russia for Everyone. It includes Moscow and St. Petersburg, in which program we try to show the historical cultural heritage of the two capitals of the Russia. And all modern interactive excursions, restaurant with Michelin stars. In this tour, the tourist is not only an observer and listener, but also an actively involved guest. Modern people are very busy and don't have another time for long trip. So we choose the concept 4 days and 2 capitals. First, we'll see all the most basic and enjoy their vacation. The first day of an excursion around Moscow. A tourist not only visits the historical center, for example Kremlin or Red Square, but do it in VR glasses. Allows them to transfer in past ages and see another Moscow, for example in Tsar period or in Soviet Union period. Then a guest visits Zarya Park and interactive flight over Russia, where a tourist will see all the main sites of our country from a bird's eye view. Lunch will be held at the Dr. Zhivago restaurant, which has received Michelin stars this year and is located in the legendary National Hotel. During lunch, tourists will taste traditional Russian drinks. After lunch, an excursion to the station, not only inside but up to the roof. There they will see wonderful view of the Moscow River and part of the city. And after this excursion on the Cape car across the Moscow River, they will get to the observation deck. From there they will take a bus to the ski prospect, which is the government direction. They can see Victory Park, the Triumph Arch, and after that ends this excursion day in the modern Moscow city. They will visit the observation points in the Moscow city, which is the highest in Europe, and dinner at the Ruski restaurant, a modern restaurant on the 85th floor, where you can see a traditional Russian oven and taste dishes from it. Second day in the morning, tourists will make a trip to Patriot Park, which is 65 kilometers from Moscow. Visit a modern interactive museum dedicated to the Second World War and the main temple of the Russian armed forces. Lunch will take place in a partisan village. It will be a real soldiers' lunch. After lunch, tourists will drive to a tank training ground, ride equipment, and can take some pictures. The day will end on the ship Erwin, famous for its seafood menu. And the next day in the morning, tourists will take the Sepsan train to the northern capital, St. Petersburg. In St. Petersburg, visit the Peter and Paul fortress, and if they wish, can helicopter ride. Lunch at the restaurant, which name is Dinner in the Sky Russia. Guests rise to a height of 50 meters in special chairs, with tables and dinner with a beautiful view of the city. This opportunity is available only in the summertime, so in winter we provide a model restaurant with panoramic views. After lunch, visit the museum, modern museum, Russian in miniature, where tourists will see all of Russia, all districts of Russia, from Far East to the Caucasus. Dinner will be held in a modern restaurant overlooking St. Isakia Cathedral. And the second day in St. Petersburg, our guests visit to Petergov parks and palaces, then yacht trip allowed of Finland. Fishing upon request, not for sure, just if they want it, and lunch on a yacht with seafood. Then return to the city and visit the stage. The day will end in the modern art space on the Neva and Neva Place. safeguarded port. Their guests will take a walk and see some street art objects, and then dinner also in this place. After dinner, either transfer to the airport or rest at the hotel. This tour is not it's very short, but interesting and full of activities. So thank you very much for your attention. Welcome to Russia. We are for safe tourism in modern Russia. Now on the screen you can our contacts. We will be glad to receive your request, and of course we hope for fruitful cooperation. Together together we will defeat COVID-19 and make tourism fun and exciting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Irina, for your interesting presentation and for sharing with us the tools and methods that are there available to Russian tourist companies for international guests to be 100% safe on the Russian soil. Thank you for having shown this interesting tour where our group is moving from Moscow to St. Petersburg, and now we are going from Moscow to St. Petersburg to the northern travel hub. Yesterday was opened online and offline of Russia, because the Russian travel hub yesterday was opened online and offline in St. Petersburg, as supported by the St. Petersburg Tourism Committee. And now we are going to talk to the tour operator on how future meets the past, how the new tourist geography of St. Petersburg is going to happen. And it's my pleasure to give a floor to Mikhail Vorenko, manager of inbound tourism of Tour. Mikhail, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad to say hello from St. Petersburg. First of all, I would like to thank you. Profi.Travel team and all my colleagues. So I will start my presentation with a few words of our company. Tour is inbound tour operator. We are working more than 28 years. We have 28 years of successful work. We can provide full range of travel services and tours for groups and tailor-made tours. And also, we provide best prices for excellent experience, high quality of service. We also control all of service. At this time, we put our attention to the safety, so we are following all the safety protocols. We are providing local support 24/7. Our staff is speaking the most popular languages: English, German, French, Spanish. For clients, we have bonus and loyalty programs, some special offers during the whole season, and as a result, we have many happy clients. Also, we have direct contracts, of course, with hotels. We know the preferences, culture and food preferences. And as I said, we provide a wide range of programs, classical as tailor-made tours. And we are working with all the market segments. So we have clients from all the world. Today, we're talking about the Moscow and St. Petersburg. And now with the fast train, Sapsan train, we are going to visit St. Petersburg, and we will focus on some new objects and project in St. Petersburg. So I would like to introduce you the collection of travel puzzles, and we are starting with the new points of attraction. The first one is Gazprom Arena, a modern stadium. It was opened 4 years ago. It's the largest venue and open all the year around. It is a weather high-tech arena with a retractable roof and the best venue for concerts, shows and festivals. The other point of attraction is a new hall. Is a trendy recreation park located on the island in the center of St. Petersburg. Also open all year round. And now is a civilized public space. Every year is visited by tourists. You can find there everything, so for everyone. So some museums, but you can also find grass and enjoy this perfect area. So the next attraction is the new attraction is Safe Cable Port. It was former large factory, but 2 years ago it was rebuilt for a new and creative space with best panoramic view to the Finnish Gulf, with food courts, with a long promenade, and also workshops of artisans. And there is there is located the Street Art Research Institute. We can put also some points and some additional things to our standard program. As you can see here on the picture, we can provide for tourists meet and greet by historical person, for example, Peter the Great, Rasputin, or other person. You can add a city tour with VR glasses. So this virtual reality tour of St. Petersburg history is a really unique opportunity to see how St. Petersburg was more than 200 years ago. And you can compare it with reality, and this is really innovative technology, and you will enjoy this tour. Also, we can provide some special program in museums. For example, tour to State Hermitage, evening Hermitage tour, the closing with champagne and welcome and music. Also, you can take with air balloons over the St. Petersburg. Very popular is the visiting of Russian dacha. You can see the way how Russians are living. You can take barbecue. You can just walk to see the nature and enjoy this time. Also, we are providing lunch with a Russian family because nothing is better to see, to feel Russians is to visit the Russian family and have the possibility to talk and to eat and discuss. We can also add different points to your standard programs. It might be ice rink in the winter. It might be also Russian visit to Russian banya. It can be visit the restoration area. It might be also participation at Scarlet sales celebration during the White Nights in St. Petersburg. You can also take and rent motorboat. So in St. Petersburg you have really many things to do. Thank you for your attention. Here is our contacts. I will be glad to meet you in Russia and in St. Petersburg. Hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your talk. Thank you for transporting us to St. Petersburg and inspiring us with impressions from this wonderful city. For everyone who is watching us right now, please stay connected. We will get back on air in 30 minutes and we will tell you about Russian regions. Because Russians are very diverse. We will talk about Baikal Lake and Trans-Siberian Railway, about the Altai, about Karelia, about Murmansk, which is almost in the Arctic Circle, where you can see northern lights with your own eyes. We will talk about Dagestan, because this is a unique place which is becoming ever more popular with foreign tourists, and about Russian resorts, because in Russia there are beautiful sea resorts, and that's the city of Sochi. So please stay connected. Let's make a small tea or coffee break for half an hour, and then you will see the best products for international tourists by the big team preparing Russian Travel Hub, the Federal Russian agency Rostourism, with partnership from cities of Moscow and St. Petersburg, the exhibition of St. Petersburg, the Russian Union of the tourist industry, and the media holding Profi.Travel. This was Anisia Yevdokimova with you. We'll see each other in 30 minutes at Russian Travel Hub.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are here in Moscow in the Federal Agency for Tourism, and today our Russian Travel Hub welcomes new participants, and I would like to introduce to you. Now, the next speaker is Alyona Bezdrashenko, Senior Manager of Kamchat in Tour. I'm sorry. And she's going to present Kamchatka as a land of fire and water, so far away from Moscow, but very close to China, to Japan, and with wonderful mountains and other places of interest, natural places of attraction. Welcome. Good night. It's already nighttime in Kamchatka, 1:45 a.m. So let's start. We are far away from Moscow. Kamchatka is a place of geysers, volcanoes, heliski, Russian bears, and lava. Kamchatka is another Russia. As you can see, we are located 9,000 kilometers away from Moscow, which is just 9 hours by plane. Therefore, you can go by plane only to Kamchatka. There is no railroad track, and we only receive cruise ships. There are direct flights every day from Moscow, Novosibirsk, Khabarovsk, and Irkutsk, as well as Vladivostok, Anchorage, and Tokyo and Osaka direct flights in summertime, but Russia only so far. And a few words about our company, Kamchat in Tour. We are an inbound international tourist agencies for 30 years. For 30 years now, American and Japanese tourists have been our guests, and we mainly deal with Russians for the last 2 years. Due to certain circumstances, Kamchatka is different from the whole of Russia. You have to come over here for nature, for those who want to see really wild places where there is no developed civilization and services. But let's not speak about bad things. We have been on the market since May 1990, servicing cruise liners, charter flights from Japan. Many tours are available, from complex multi-days expedition to study Commodore and Kuril Islands, ending with one-day trekking tours for those who don't want to go far away. Kamchatka is very diverse. You can find any nature and any leisure here. As far as accommodation is concerned, we are a wild place, but still we have civilized spots. There are some good hotels, certified, and now to get to Kamchatka you can only do that with a PCR test and a QR code, as everywhere in Russia. And if you go to our maximum star hotel, you need a QR code. To our maximum hotel is a 4-star hotel. A 5-star hotel is being built. It should have been finished last year, if my memory serves me right, but not yet finished. Again, apart from nature, Kamchatka is wild salmon that you can catch yourself in our rivers. It's wild sea fish that you can catch during the day or night, to travel on a boat next to Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky crabs, sea hedgehogs, or wild berries that you can eat safely, and our guides will tell you what is good and what is not. We have wild onion and other things. At the moment, our restaurators and other chefs are going to, or cooking local foods with Russian flavor. These are just 5 to 10 hour boat trips. You can meet dolphins, to see sea lions, catch halibut, or you can catch any other fish. You are given all types of angling and fishing rods, and no one will be left without fish. In most cases, you encounter wild animals. There is river fishing too. Our rivers have lots of salmon that comes to our rivers from the Pacific Ocean. We are catching it there, so you can have a heli trip to the river, or you can use a just jeep truck. So that, of course, is more or less expensive. The more affordable river, the less catchment, the less affordable the river, the more fish you may have, and the rare fish you may have. We have all types of salmon, and this is very tasty. This is 5-minute red caviar. Again, all safe. Our base is on the open air. The pride of Kamchatka is Russian bear. Yeah, we do have a geyser field. The Valley of Geysers, of course, you have to visit it, and the Kuriel Lake with our Russian black bears. You can fly over there infinitely, day or night, have photo tours, picture bears in the outside. And this lake is unique because millions of salmon goes there every year. This is a national park. There are no poachers, and bears feel good. They don't care about people. It's a wonderful excursion, and those who like wild animals will never be bored because you can see a Russian bear 5 meters away from you. And they are located behind an electric fence. They don't care about you or the fence. They're breeding their children, they're catching fish, or they're sleeping, or whatever else. Kamchatka is volcanoes. The highest or the tallest acting volcano in Eurasia, Kluchevskaya Sopka. It's fuming. However, if you are a prepared climber, you can climb it. But if you are not, you can walk next to it in the outskirts of it. The flat Tolbachik volcano erupted in 1776. There was a newest eruption 10 years ago, so history of geology is taking place in front of us. And there is a volcano in Kamchatka that is erupting at any time, so you will have something to look at. The so-called Domashny or home volcano is Avachinsky. Is just 30 kilometers from Petropavlovsk, capital city, and it's always fuming. And you can get there freely to those volcanoes. Apart from them, we have lots of glacier mounts. This is like Alps, but not so high. This is lower ones, but still, it's beautiful. Again, all our trekking sessions vary. Kamchatka could be for well-prepared climbers or regular people. You know, even for elderly, the Avachinsky volcano is for hard-boiled men. But there is another volcano which is 2,500 meters, and one Japanese gentleman celebrated his 90-year-old anniversary there, and you can have children, and we can select what you want. helicopter tours, the geyser field, or the Kuril Lake. You can go to the Kuril Lake on a car, on a truck, but it's going to take a while. If you're limited by one day only, this is a helicopter tour. It's one-way back, for two-way trip, one-day tour, 50,000 rubles by helicopter. The first picture is a bear from a tower. That's my personal picture, when mother bear is trying to take their teenager bears to somewhere, to the water, and they're not taking care about people. Second illuminator view is the Malый Semyachik volcano. This is a caldera of this volcano. Kamchatka has ethnic and indigenous peoples. The Koryaks, the Evenks, the Itelmens. They have national cuisine. They have reindeer and dog sledging carts. You can check it, you can watch it, you can taste it, you can dance. And there are some people who are still preserving culture of their smaller indigenous local population, giving it from generation to generation. Next, our Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky is a little city on the Avacha Bay. Architecturally, it is not St. Petersburg or Moscow, but it has wonderful little mounds full of greenery, little volcanoes that are not active, of course, and you can walk along the city and you can see seals or sea lions, and this is all without going out. We got used to that. There could be a duck with ducklings or a fox. So 160,000 population, give or take, changing in summer, more in summer and less in winter, because it's fishing and tourism. And the easiest way to get to Kamchatka or to start working with Kamchatka is group tours on fixed dates. It's all around the year. Winter, we have winter program, summer program, and we have spring and autumn program too. Autumnal tours. Every week we have a new group. That could be 2, 3, 5, 10 groups, depending on the number of those who want to be there. We break it down by 50, 20 persons. And what is good about those tours is that they are not always confirmed. They could be. We confirm that every time. One person in summer and 2 persons in winter at least is the minimum number of people, and we don't have a single booking system in our region. And anyway, you have to make a request, and if you make a request, you shouldn't be worrying. We will do that for you. That's it. And if you going to visit us, don't expect upscale service from Kamchatka. Please don't do that. Or don't expect a 5-star hotel or ideal white linen. We're trying to do our best. Our hotels have improved of late. What happened in the 90s is not comparable to what we have today. We are learning from the West. We take Moscow experts to teach us. And Kamchatka is about nature. You need to go here without any expectations. It's important too, okay, but you need to know that you are going to a wild nature place where you can not meet anyone on 10 kilometers, and you can just try water, drink it from rivers, from springs, and you can eat berries, which is under your feet, or mushrooms. It's environmentally friendly and clean. Now, Kamchatka is a wild place, and you have to hurry up to visit it, because we don't have so many tourists, especially in the last 2 years, because the world has changed. We had so many Chinese and Japanese tourists, European tourists. The last 2 years, it's only our Russian compatriots, and now you can visit the places, very popular places, without anyone else around you, and that's very nice. I advise you to do that.
Good evening once again, Alona. Thank you very much. That's a beautiful area. And I forgot the word volcano. I tried to remember what beautiful things we have in Kamchatka, and they are called volcanoes. We have a big country. Russia is the world's largest country, and we move on from one area to another area. In Kamchatka it's 2 in the morning, and now we go to Altai with picturesque nature, with fishing opportunities. You can eat all kinds of berries there, and today I give the floor to Nikita Lobanov, the commercial operator at Big Altai. He is with us.
Light, camera, action. Unspoiled and incredibly beautiful Altai is waiting for you. Hi, I'm Nick from snowy Siberia, and thank you all for coming. I have been so excited to be here with you. And what's happening here and now? Probably we are making a history, because it's a great opportunity to become familiar with Russia. Okay, many countries right now online. I know German, France, Spain, Italy, India, United Arab Emirates, and else. And for most of us, English is a second language. So I promise you two things. First, I promise to be really, really simple. Second, I promise you to bring value and far more. Next one, I promise not to use word corona too much for our ears. Okay, so two main goals in my presentation is to, first of all, fall you in love in this legendary region, Altai. And second, introduce you to our company, our leading tour operator, Big Altai. Few words about me. I'm not only executive and marketing director, but I'm also a travel guide. So if you are interested in a number of stories that I gathered for 10 years in the field, I'm a man from the field. Let's stay connected. Let's gather our networking system. Let's make a deal, and we will talk about it. So I'd like to start, and we will start from the beginning. So Russian Iceland, Russian Tibet, Russian Switzerland, and Russian Shambhala. It's not about Moscow. It's not about St. Petersburg. It's not about Baikal or Kamchatka. It's all about Altai. So I got something very special for you. So let's start, like, if we compare Russia with a body, right? If we find the center of a body, the solar plexus is the place where Altai is situated. Exactly here. So think about it. Like in Russia, there are 89 regions, and only one, Altai, has a border with 3 different countries. And it's got a special reason. If I have time, I'll speak about it. So, Altai Republic, as you can see on the slide. So we got one city called Gorno-Altaysk, we got one airport, and we got 220,000 inhabitants. Well, don't mean anything, right? Okay, once again. South Korea has the same territory as Altai, but its population is 51 million, and we have 220,000. What does it mean? One person for 1 square kilometer. So Altai is about freedom. Altai is about wild nature, and Altai is about individuals and small group trips. Okay, so we can move a little bit in my presentation. Oh, so lack of time. Okay. Good news. National Geographic include Chusky Tract, which is the main road, in top 10 of the most beautiful world in our world. So it's really incredible. You ask me why it's so incredible. It's just a simple road. I say no. It's a road where you can meet 5 different climate zones during the one road, and it's absolutely stunning. It's just your perfect way to get known with Altai is to pass this road. It's not only average travel, like there is a IMAX and there is a average cinema, and there is average tour and there is 5D tours. What we do in tours, we smell Altai, we taste Altai, we feel Altai, we hear Altai, and we see Altai, and it's blow your mind because it's absolutely fantastic. I have an ideal recipe how to meet Altai. Bruce Lee tell a long time ago, I'm not afraid of someone who practice 10,000 different strike. I'm afraid of person who studies one beat 10,000 times. And this ideal way to meet Altai is our tour called the Big Altai. We practice this more than 10,000 times. We practice it for last 11 years, and we guarantee that it's a perfect way to meet Altai Republic. It got 2 different duration. We got the first variant where it's 7-day tours, and next one is a round trip in 10 days where you pass the Teletsskaya Lake. Teletsskaya is a second lake in Russia and number 8 in the world, and we pass it during the trip. So what else will we speak about? Maybe because we are colleagues, I need to tell you that we are not a tour operator, not for last 5 years, because we are ecosystem. We create much more than just a tour operator. First of all, we bring much ethnic part in our trips. Then we build our own school for our guides that speak different languages. They got different talents, and it's a brilliant team. They got so much prizes in all of categories. Far more to say, we got our own transport, our unique accommodation, and we got very strict guarantees. So for next year, we got more than 127 dates, and they are fixed. And even we got 1 participant in a group, we still held it. Yes, it's not profitable. Yes, it's hard, but we got our guarantees. And that's why we are really a good partner, because we never cancel our fixed dates. So let's see in details. Okay, then we got small pause. Great. So first of all, when I say when you taste Altai, I mean you will try a special cuisines. We got local dishes from different nations. There are a number of nations here, at least 3 big one. Then we held a special concert. You will be familiar with throat singers, and many people try not to touch some. If I can make it for you, like example, if I can make it for you like a tour in Serbian, okay, then we can start to make tour in Serbian. Zato što nije ništa je problema. Let's check what else. What is different? Altai, if you see a few slides below, is really big region, and we spend many time inside the car, and it should be comfortable and it should be maximum suitable for our traveling. And one of our Mercedes Sprinter bus you can see on the slide. There are many good and quality tour operators on our market, but only Big Altai can offer you unique accommodation. When I say unique, I say we can make it 5 stars, 4 stars, but also we can offer you craft hotels. One of them is on a slide. And that's really, really important, because when you got a number of dates that will be held, it's really easy to walk. So if you want a stable partner, let's meet in networking. And now I'd like you to discover a little bit about 5D tours. What is this? So 5D tours is a tour where you mix a different type of activities. So for example, one day we try rafting, and next day we go for horse riding. 96% of our visitors ride first time on a horse with us, and it's absolutely safe. Then we got a boat trip, and plus we got hiking in different tours. It could be or hiking or trekking. It's up to request. We can also make some additional fees if someone wants to make a helicopter tour or fishing tour or add some jeeping or make something unique. We also can do it. It's just part of our negotiation. And we deeply trust that these activities that you put inside the tour, that you can touch, you can make music on local music instruments, it's really give you much of your impressions. So we also put you into a situation where you can even create your music band. So about our dish. Altai food is really simple. It's mostly about meat, but also in tour we can provide a vegetarian food. And also Altai is really popular for its herbal teas, for its honey, and for anything else you can find in this absolutely unique nature. You can try it. And we got a few minutes, so first of all I would like you to make a screenshot of this slide, because you easily find the Instagram account, Love Altai, and plus there is a contact, so you can reach me with WhatsApp. And my colleague probably already sent ID to find me in networking. Next 4 days, I promise you to be absolutely open and meet each of you that are interested in Altai. And if you look carefully, I don't make some promo of tour or prices on anything else. What I cannot do, I cannot predict future. I cannot say that next year will be absolutely free and easy to reach, or maybe a year after next year. I don't say it. I want to say one very, very important stuff. There is no other region in Russia or in the world where you can meet 7 different climate zones, where you can meet a desert, where you can meet a semi-desert, where you can go to alpine and get down to a really comfortable continental climate. Everything you can find here is really impressive. So I start with a phrase that unspoiled and incredibly beautiful Altai is waiting for you, and that's true. Thank you for your attention. That's all.
We wanted to go to Altai once again. I'll tell you a couple of secrets that are my personal ones. This regards the territory of Altai and the Republic of Altai. In the near future, we will have big operators and investors that will build several hotel centers of a very high level. And they will fit this territory very well. So I think that by this time we will be able to access this area freely. You will be able to enjoy the nature and the place. So we are looking forward to seeing you in Altai. And from lake number 2 of Russia, we move on to the biggest lake, number 1, Baikal Lake. Once again, we have very picturesque nature there. If we were 3,000 kilometers from Moscow just recently, we move 4,000 kilometers away from Moscow now, and we will talk about Lake Baikal that you have certainly heard about. And we will have Yevgenia Golovachuk with us, CEO at Transi Voyage. Hello, Yevgenia. How's the weather?
Hello. Hello. It's very nice weather. It's almost winter is coming here, but we enjoy warm days now, but waiting for beautiful winter. So, good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Dear colleagues and partners, we are so proud and we're glad to greet you at this online presentation of Russia. My name is Yevgenia. I am General Manager of DMC Transit Voyage and present here at this presentation the brand colors of Baikal. Baikal, Lake Baikal, how many times you have heard about this place? That is incredible place of power and energy, a land of legends, a place of fusion of traditions and cultures, a center of attractions for guests from all over the world. Despite the distance that separates us from Europe, Baikal is closer than you can think. Lake Baikal stretches for 600 kilometers in the south of eastern Siberia, between two regions, Irkutsk region and Buryatia region, and the lake and its surroundings, unique and diverse flora and fauna, many historical, natural and archaeological sites are very attractive for tourists. And the closest point to Baikal Lake is the city Irkutsk, at a distance of 5,000 kilometers from Moscow and almost the same from Vladivostok. The time difference with Moscow is plus 5 hours. The fastest way to get us to Baikal Lake is sure by plane, by air. The Irkutsk airport is connected with the largest city of Russia and the world city as well. There is a convenient wide flight program. For example, most of Russian airlines operate domestic flights to Irkutsk daily. For example, from Moscow we have 5-6 flights a day. As well, from other cities such as St. Petersburg, Novosibirsk, Yekaterinburg, Krasnoyarsk, Vladivostok, and other cities as well. And also, Irkutsk airport is an international airport, and we hope that soonest it will be recovery and we will have the same flights with cities as Beijing, Ulaanbaatar, Seoul, Hong Kong, Bangkok, Tokyo, and others. And since 2022, Irkutsk will work as e-visa checkpoint. And of course, Irkutsk is one of the greatest and largest stations of Trans-Siberian Railway, from Moscow to Vladivostok and from Moscow to Beijing via Mongolia. It's really the dream of many, many travelers. So, what is the Lake Baikal? First of all, Baikal is a pearl of Siberia, as well as a unique lake in the world. So, Baikal Lake can surprise you by its diversity because we have 4 seasons. We can surprise you with authentic local food, with culture, because here live in many peoples, Russian and indigenous people like Buryat, Tofalars and Evenks. Baikal, its diverse nature, boundless taiga, fascinating steppes, inaccessible mountains, powerful rivers, and thermal springs. Baikal is developing now, and we have developing infrastructure with good hotels, transportation, and experienced guides. We speak English, French, German, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, Chinese, Japanese, and Korean languages. So we can surprise you with local wooden architecture and Trans-Siberian Railway, which is passing along the Baikal Lake on the southern part. And of course, it is people, hospital, and in love with their homeland. Just a moment, I will switch for another slide. Just a moment. So Irkutsk is the main place where almost all programs begin or end. From Irkutsk, many trips we make to different parts of Baikal Lake. For example, to Listvyanka village, which is called is the visit card of Baikal Lake. Olkan Island is the heart of Baikal Lake. The small sea, or Malaya More, it's a part of the lake between mainland and Olkan Island. The southern part of Baikal Lake with Sludyanka and Baikalsk with its snow resorts, Circumbaikal Railway, the ancient part of famous Trans-Siberian, Arshan with hot thermal springs, and further to the eastern part of Baikal with Ulan-Ude and Ust-Barguzin in Buryatia region. Baikal is located in the center of Eurasia continent, and our region is characterized by a sharply continental climate. And this means pronounced seasonality, a short, warm summer, a gorgeous golden autumn, a cold but stunningly beautiful winter with frozen ice, a blooming spring. So let's start from summertime and what tours we can do. 3 months of summer give us opportunity to travel almost around the lake. It's period of hiking, jeep tours, Baikal seal watching, cruises, kayaks, rafting. It's time to admire blooming nature and catching the energy of this place. Then we have autumn, which is the favorite period for photographers and artists. Explosion of gold, red, and yellow colors. It's still sunny and warm. There is no wind and the air is transparent and clear. So Baikal autumn is very bright and colorful. It's incredibly beautiful. We can do helicopter tours, cruises as well, horse riding and other activities. And then we come to wonderful winter time on Baikal Lake. Baikal blue ice is very fairy tale. Crystal ice under your foot, the biggest ice skating rink in the world. Dozen forms of ice and colors of ice. It's very spectacular. Ice skates and hammocks of ice. So hard to imagine that it's all in the one place only. Seems that it's too cold here, but with appropriate clothes and with warm hospitality, you will feel care and enjoy this very beautiful time. Skiing, skating, snowmobiling, hovercraft, special transportation called trekkol, dog sledding, sauna, fishing is just few activity possible in wintertime on Baikal. So then the springtime is coming with awakening nature, a variety of landscapes, natural and man-made attraction, all season, location in 2 regions give us unlimited opportunities for organizing various types of tours and programs, active programs in different seasons. Then Baikal is a paradise for photographers for both amateurs and professional. Photo tours on winter time to catch blue ice, melting of ice, flowering of rhododendron, golden autumn, and formation of the ice. Very unique opportunity to see Baikal in 4 different seasons, 4 different structures. Then it's gastronomic tours, opportunity to try to test Russian cuisine, Buryat local cuisine, Siberian cuisine, the cuisine of all believers in Buryatia, and also Baikal cuisine, and special catering absolutely amazing on ice. Sightseeing and cultural tours with the main places of visit, ethnographical tours, its possibility to be acquainted with the people of Siberia, Buryats, events, all believers, Tofalars, religious and pilgrimage associated with Orthodoxy, shamanism, Buddhism, and other religions. Baikal also its ecological tours, eco trails, volunteer projects, its business meeting, MICE, conferences, seminars, etc. Its event tourism, festivals, forums, winter events of ice festival, art and music festivals. Its historical tours, the Great Tea Way and Trans-Siberian tours as well. Its wooden architecture of Siberia. So everyone can find on Baikal Lake something special and unique. And few words about our company. So the Transsib Voyage company has been open in Russia and Baikal Lake to guests from all the world for more than 12 years. We are a team of professionals working. We are engaged in the development of turnkey tours, its selection and making of routes, selection and booking of hotels and activities, and so on. We provide support for guests according to their program, and we speak the same language with our guests. So it's English, French, Italian, and other languages. Look at our Instagram account to find more interesting information about Lake Baikal and amazing photos of Baikal Lake in all seasons. Thank you very much for your attention. We will be glad to answer all your questions and we'll be glad to cooperate with you. Let me hand you over to my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now broadcasting from the Federal Agency for Tourism in Moscow, and here there is a unique presentation about the largest lake in the world, Baikal Lake. And now let's go to Republic of Karelia. I used to be there last summer, and I had a chance to swim in a cold, black-colored Ladoga Lake. It's a unique place, and our country is big, as I said, and we can travel north or southbound at the same time, and the picture will be changing accordingly. So Karelia is our Finland, where there is a lot of Finnish culture, Finnish food, traditions, names of the places, and now we are going to introduce Karelia, and Arina and Eintrop from the Stella tour operator is online. Hello, Karina. What is the weather there?
Hello, it's pretty cold today and we are looking for a new season here in Karelia. Well, thank you for your words about Karelia. Hello everyone. Hello to all the representatives of other regions of Russia. Hello to all the viewers. My name is Arina and I represent Stella Karelia, the largest tour operator in Karelia. We are engaged in active tourism. The Republic of Karelia shares a border with Finland, and the Republic's capital, Petrozavodsk, founded by Peter the Great, and has a good railroad links to both Moscow and St. Petersburg. Over 50% of the territory is covered with forests, and there are over 60,000 lakes here, taking up around a quarter of the territory. Karelia is a good choice for those who are drawn by nature's beauty and opportunities for outdoor adventures. Why do we insist you to come to Karelia? In winter, it attracts people who come here to enjoy the real Russian winter, ride a snowmobile and dog sled through a snow-covered forest and a frozen lake, feel the growing frost. Whereas in summer, people come for camping, hiking, whitewater rafting, hunting, and fishing. And we are here today ready to show you some of our tours. Karelian Exclusive is a combination of everything we love, cherish, and adore about Karelia, and everything we want to share with our guests. During this tour, you'll see places created by nature itself, Kivach Waterfall, the second largest flat waterfall in Europe, Girvus Volcano, the oldest volcano on the planet. It is more than 2-3 billion years old, a place of strength for local people. Porporo Canyon, there is a pavilion. We stop there during our snowmobile trip, appreciate the beauty of nature, enjoy food and good company of travelers around a warming fireplace. We show our guests places of man-made creation. On Lichny Island, we walk inside the oldest church in Karelia, built in the 17th century, the Church of Peter and Paul. We make a stop at a place called Belaya Gora, where we visit a partially destroyed church of 19th century. Throughout the trip, we pass by sparsely populated and abandoned Karelian villages. We also travel to the first Russian resort, Marshall Waters. It was founded in Karelia after Peter the Great's wandering in Europe, where he discovered the culture of resorts. Here you can taste the water from the natural reservoirs, as the Russian emperor himself did. And all this acquaintance with Karelia and its history is fun and heartwarming. We ride snowmobiles, dog sleds. We walk through the snow-covered forest with snowshoes. We also taste national Karelian cuisine. Karelian trout cooked on a stone, on a log, smoked trout, several types of vendas, the national soup lohiketo cooked in different ways, venison, cranberries and cloudberry jam, and Karelian pastries. One of the most popular places in Karelia and a place it is known for, the Kizhi Island. Kizhi Island is a pearl of Russian wooden architecture. Traditional buildings from all over Karelia were brought here, so now the Kizhi Island is a true open-air museum. We'll go to the island on a snowmobile. You will restrain the temper of this iron machine, enjoy the silence and bewitching beauty of Karelian landscapes and the sleeping Alnega Lake. Why do we invite you to travel to Kizhi Island in winter? Well, in the summertime, there are always a lot of people, constant queues that can spoil the impression of visiting Kizhi. Whereas in winter, it is not so crowded here, so you can enjoy the masterpiece of wooden architecture in a more private atmosphere. Among the summer tours, two stands out. The first one is called Your Karelia, and it's the twin brother of Karelian Exclusive. when the ice melts, we have additional options in terms of activities. So during this tour, our guests head down the river in rafts, try subsurfing, and sail to Lichny Island on boats. Instead of snowmobiles, we ride jeeps and quad bikes. Nowadays, unusual travel accommodations become more and more popular. The first glamping in Karelia was built this year near one of the most beautiful lakes. There is a national park called Ladoga Skerries that consists of 650 rocky islands separated by straits, channels, and bays. Glamping is located on one of these islands. Each house is a hemispherical tent with comfortable beds and electricity. Each day on this trip is filled with adventures. Jeep trips, climbing a mountain, trekking down the ecological paths, boat trips along the Ladoga Skerries, rafting, traveling to Valaam and through Karelian villages. You will not only see Karelia hidden places with your own eyes, but also taste it. Every day, a professional chef will cook for you Karelian dishes. These 4 tours are just the tip of the iceberg, but any of our tours will certainly contain these 3 components. National cuisine. Karelian trout cooked on a stone on a log, smoked trout, several types of vendors, national superflohicata cooked in different ways, venison, cranberries and cloudberry jam, Karelian pastries. Wooden architecture of Russian North. We visit old Karelian villages, abandoned and sparsely populated, and places like Kinerma, Belaya Gora, Lichny Island, and of course, Kizhi Island. And the third component, we provide different types of activities: snowmobiles, dog trekking, snowshoeing, hiking, rafting, dog trekking, riding horses, subsurfing, quad bikes, a helicopter even, if there is such a need. What else can I say you about working with us and about going to trip with us? We provide multiple menu options. We take into account individual characteristics. In our tours, all inclusive. All you have to do is to come to Karelia. Our tours are suitable for family travels. Most of our tours are weekend oriented. You don't have to leave your work in the middle of the week, and if you even have a day or 2, you can come to relax, reboot, and get energized. Each guest receives a Karelian gift after the trip. I believe that's how any business in 21st century actually work. And our equipment base allows us to host 400 guests at the same time. So we are open to work not only with individual like family trips, but also work trips, business trips, and big company adventures. So share your time in Karelia with us. Let's keep in touch. We will be glad to create a unique vacation for you and your clients. Thank you for your attention, and we'll be waiting for you in the network system. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Arina, once again. Good evening in Moscow, and we are saying goodbye to wonderful Karelia and Arina. On my behalf, I would say that I recently visited Karelia by car. It was a good trip. You know, sometimes Russian roads leave much to be desired, but this is a wonderful road to St. Petersburg and back, and further to the north to Karelia. And there are many places on the way where you can camp or make a tent and just go to the Russian bath or swim. And there are a few hotels with a good level of service and quality, and they are good to be there. And now, from a slightly frozen land of Karelia, and there are wonderful sand beaches, and there are wonderful pieces of nature. Nature is good everywhere in Russia, but let's go 1,500 kilometers to the south of Moscow, the city of Sochi. I travel a lot. I've recently visited Sochi and I attended Formula One. Our men will understand what I mean when it's 100 meters away from roaring motors or engines. I recommend you to visit that unique place because Sochi is unique. I always say that Sochi is unique. That's really true because there is sea where you can bathe, and in 30 minutes time you can ski in the mountains. I would never recall a place like that in the world where you can have it. So Anna Trotsenko, the Riviera tour operator, you are kindly invited to visit Sochi. Anna, what is the weather today?
Good day, everyone. Hopefully you felt the spirit of Sochi and shared the emotions that we wanted to bring you. welcome to Sochi, welcome to Riviera Sochi. We welcome you on behalf of our company. And of course, it's a great honor and joy for us to be among the best and to share this presentation of the best opportunities that we can meet here in Russia and to be among all the regions and all the beautiful people that share today presentations about our beautiful country. So Riviera Sochi, Riviera DMC has the expertise of 22 years. We have the background in this sphere, which proves to be the best and professional in the region, and we hope in the country. And we are local. We can boast the consistency because we are from here and we know every corner of our city and our region. And this is our strength. This is what we are happy to share with you, with professionals and with our tourists. Our expertise is proved by staging and developing many tailored programs and the events that we took part as the organizers. And among the large-scale events of world class are, of course, the Olympic Games, the Paralympic Games, where we participated as the organizers and operators of different services, and where we assisted our partners from different parts of the world. So where are we? We are the very south of our large and beautiful and fantastic country. Here is the map. You can see we are in Sochi, and we are very close to the main transport hubs, logistics hubs such as Moscow and Istanbul. And it's pretty much about 2 hours and a half from Moscow, 3 hours from St. Petersburg, and about 2 hours and a half from Istanbul. By the way, we are very popular to visit on such trips where there is a combination, let's say the classical tours around Moscow and St. Petersburg or Kazan, and then the city break that brings tourists to the very south of Russia. And here we are, we meet them as we meet and greet you today. We have the contemporary airport, and we are happy to offer services and accommodation at international chains and authentic Russian hotels. So be our guest. That's what we say today, and every day. That's how we meet and greet our tourists. And we welcome you at the best resort of Russia. If before it was just maybe a saying, after the Olympic Games of 2014, it is the fact, because we are the best resort of Russia with the best logistics and infrastructure, with the new hotels that were built specifically for the Games time and for the needs of the Olympic and Paralympic Games. Moreover, we welcome you at the foothills of the Great Caucasus. Here you will experience not only Russian hospitality, but the true Caucasian hospitality. Moreover, you'll find yourself in an international, multicultural environment with more than 120 ethnicities living here in Sochi. It's indeed a real patchwork of cultures, of different types of cuisine, of customs and traditions, and indeed it is a variety of natural sites and beautiful natural attractions and sightseeings. And of course, we welcome you at the Olympic capital. This is what stays with every Olympic city forever. Yes, we are the Olympic capital from 2014, and we are very proud about it. All the previous presenters were sharing the unique features of their regions, and of course we have the same, and we are full of love. And we love what we do, and we love our city and our region and our nature and culture. Among the modern sites, there is the Olympic Park, the coastal cluster that you see right now on your screens, and this is something very interesting, and we have very positive feedback that apart from classical tours that I'm sure everyone of you knows, you've been to Sochi. Among the sightseeings that we offer, waterfalls and canyons and the mountains, we now have this new attraction, the Olympic Park of Sochi with all the ice palaces, which is very interesting and indeed something that other cities cannot boast. We also host in the Olympic Park the Formula One events. But I would like to invite you to travel from the coast and to start exploring our mountains. And here we are to our foothills, to Matsesta region, to our canyons and the foothills that in some part covered by tea plantations. Here in Sochi, we have the southernmost tea plantations, and here we can offer the traditional Russian tea tasting. And there is a traditional folk artwork museum where you can enjoy and have a glance of Russian traditional culture with their souvenirs from different parts of our country. So the southernmost tea plantations in the world are waiting for you, and we make sure that you'll have a cup of the best tea. You can visit the old sites and new production sites and cycles and see how the tea is produced. So we travel further on, and I invite you to follow the canyon of the Vivam Zimtan, and here we are at Sky Park at AJ Hackett Sochi. It's one of the global sites presented by AJ Hackett with, of course, investment and initiative of the local businessman, which is a beautiful example of a modern approach and another mindset that people demonstrate. We have the true beauty of nature, the canyons, the waterfalls, the mountains. And again, we are happy to offer something different, something new, something that is not maybe even expected. And here we are now in Krasnaya Polyana destination, our beautiful Krasnaya Polyana mountains, where there are so many places to visit, and the snow peaks. By the way, today, right today, we have had the first snow in the mountains, and now you can breathe the snow in the air, as our kids in Sochi say, oh, the weather has changed, I can breathe, I can feel. It smells like snow. That means that somewhere in the mountains that are very close to our city, when we drive our kids to school, we can see the snow peaks of the mountains around Sochi. So that means that the first snow is there. Indeed, our Krasnaya Polyana snow, this fluffy, very soft snow, is a signature of Krasnaya Polyana. That's why people from all over the world come here to ski and snowboard. And don't forget, it's just 40 kilometers from the coast. In May, you can snowboard and ski, and then in even 30 minutes, you can come to the coast to Adler district, and then you can swim in the Black Sea. And due to this quality of snow, tourists and both amateurs and professionals from all over the world, they enjoy the heli skiing. Still, nowadays, it is a limited amount of sites where you can do heli skiing. And in Krasnaya Polyana, we have 3 resorts. The capacities are the following. Rosa Huta Resorts offers 102 kilometers of pistes, Krasnaya Polyana 30 kilometers, and Gazprom 35 kilometers of pistes. Krasnaya Polyana offers all kinds of outdoor activities for individual travelers, for families with children, for professional athletes. And I would like to mention that we have a whole range of sport events, marathons, sky running events, and we have athletes from all over the world coming and enjoying this beautiful landscape and environment with interesting tracks, as they say. So we are open for individual travelers and groups. We have very positive feedback from tourists from Iran and India and Israel. And I remember my guests how they were happy seeing the snow in the first time in their lives. This is something very touching, and this is what stays in memory. That's what they bring back to their countries, and that's what stays with us. We enjoy their impressions. And European travelers, they enjoy this quality of snow that I have mentioned. Here we are, still in Krasnaya Polyana. You see this family picture because this is what we enjoy. We enjoy nature and climate, and that's what we try to raise our children, local children in. We take them trekking and hiking, and this is what we are more than happy to share with you, to share the best routes that we know as locals. Another interesting tradition of Russia that is strongly supported here in the south of Russia and in the mountains is spa and banya. We have a choice of banya and traditional and ethnic treatments that you can try. Among contemporary attractions, we can offer visits and tours to casinos. By the way, we even have groups that specifically come to visit casinos, and the feedback is very positive. So again, another opportunity. Yachting, because we are on the coast, and here we do not only mean that it is possible to yacht in Sochi, but you can visit Gelendzhik and Anapa and other sites because we are on the coast. We are not limited to Sochi. We operate through the region, and among new attractions are such sites as 2 golf sites in Gelendzhik and Rayevskaya. We, of course, enjoy agricultural tourism because this is the background of our region with farms, with local Black Sea cuisine and the local cottage cheeses that are produced all through the region. And, of course, this new trend, wineries that are very well known not only in our region but all through the country now. Historically, of course, there are wineries that are more than 100 years old and refer to the Tsar period of time and even to the ancient world because this is what the ancient Greeks brought to the region, and this is what we enjoy studying and exploring and offering again this to our tourists. Because we, as an example, would like to bring this signature tool that was listed by the Russian Geographical Society, the wine routes of the Bosporan Kingdom that we designed and we promoted together with our partners and having support from the Russian Geographical Society and museums of the regions. By the way, this is a trans-regional route. Here we have a mix of history, archaeology, culture, and wine, and here I would like to mention very good wine. And we launched this tour. It is an example of tailored tour, of signature tour, but we would like to mention that we have a whole list of programs. Every of this program can be tailored to your needs, to the interests of your tourists. So let us know your expectations and we'll try. We are sure that we'll bring you the right emotions. We'll meet the expectations and we'll bring something more than that, because we want to share the emotions of our attitude towards what we do, and share the vibes, our culture, our history. And here we invite you and your tourists to our Cossack and ancient region, and we are happy to hospitably welcome you here. We invite and encourage you to come. So waiting for your tourists. We are open for questions. Please send us your inquiries. We are here for you, and we'll be more than happy to see your guests that will become our guests. Thank you.
Anna, thank you very much once again. I hope you have good weather. Is the sun warming you up? Is it sunny? Thank you very much. I hope that you love wine, and we welcome you at the Federal Agency for Tourism. And now we are staying in the Krasnodar region. We will talk once again about Sochi. This is our gem, our pearl, and we would really love you to come to see us. And we will have Elina Akinshina, Director of Planet Sochi, Premium Tourism, our wonderful region and our amazing opportunities. Please switch my slides on. Today I would like to tell you about the possibilities for premium tourism and business tourism in the south of Russia. And we would like to tell you about some routes from Sochi to Anapa. I think that I can be talking tirelessly about our region. We will start from Sochi, and I'd like to tell you about this region. Of course, for me, this is the gem of the Black Sea, and the opportunities that we had in the last 6 years after the Olympic Games were held are boundless. I'm sure that we will satisfy our choosiest clients. We will show them our high-level hotels. And we have lots of five-star hotels in 2014 when the Olympics was held. And then well-known hotel chains came to our region, such as Marriott, Radisson, and others. Sometimes the level of service is amazing for our guests, and the opportunities, the possibilities of our hotels are great. It's English-speaking personnel. It's about unprecedented safety measures taken at our hotels, and you will be happy about it as professionals because you are responsible for your tourists. And what is important for a picky client, along with accommodation and service? You need additional activities. We can welcome guests who will fly here by private jet. We can offer unique transport. We can offer the services to which you are used all over the world, such as renting a yacht. And of course we have our own concierge service working 24/7, which provides the best quality services to our VIP clients. You will be surprised with the multinational cuisine, which is really diverse. Furthermore, there are a lot of fantastic restaurants. It's not just restaurants where you can grab a meal or enjoy great breakfast, dinner or supper, but you can also try the local cuisines, our Black Sea cuisine, and our chefs adapt the diversity of this cuisine so well that in Sochi and in the Krasnodar region you can even see restaurants that are getting ever better and better, and their chefs compete with each other in terms of their own methods of serving a dish, and this results in amazing quality. Your clients will be amazed with the level of service and quality at our restaurants. And of course, the infrastructure is developing for VIP clients. This raises even more interest from business tourists to our region. And we have some really interesting programs. We have this new trend, this leisure, combining leisure and work. And we have great conference platforms to hold international level events where you can hold business meetings, strategic partner meetings, unbelievable events, and a unique program, a unique incentive program for our business clients and VIP clients. This includes active programs in the mountains. Well, I can't switch the slides, but as my colleagues already said, Black Sea resorts are combined very well with the visit to Sochi by our foreign partners. You can make a visit to Sochi and just within 2 hours of flight from the capital of Russia, you can get to Sochi, Gelendzhik or Anapa. And there are very convenient 5-day programs with 2 or 3 nights of stopping in Moscow, and then you can fly to this region, and our cities are connected with Moscow with regular flights, which is very convenient and comfortable. There are some issues with my clicker. Alright, I'll try to sort it out. Well, now I will tell you a bit about our region. Sochi is a unique region, as just said. It's located in 2 climate zones. I'm not doing anything, the clicker just switches the slides by itself. Maybe that's my energy, that's how it works. Colleagues, can you help me? It lives on its own. So Sochi is a unique region which is located in 2 climate zones, subtropic and continental climate. And there are a lot of specially protected areas, which is amazing. We are on the same latitude with Nice, and Sochi is the Russian Riviera. It's one of the longest cities in the world, and our location is amazing. That's the central Sochi, the Olympic Park zone, and Krasnaya Polyana, which is an alpine ski resort that is located 40 minutes away from the main Sochi. In Sochi you can enjoy the blooming of fantastic plants in the subtropics, and within an hour and a half you can do some mountain skiing at the altitude of 2,000 meters above the level of the sea. Regarding the activities that you can be engaged with in Sochi, we did our best to make this 5-day tour. This can be a gastronomic travel with a view on the marina, then you can walk along the historical center of Sochi. The next day you can go to the mountains and visit this alpine ski resort, where you can go up to the height of 2,200 meters above the sea level, and in the evening you can have a great evening in a casino with a beautiful company. And then we can send you to the Alpine Olympic Park, where you can enjoy the Olympic facilities of the year 2014, and our guests can take a ride in Bolid's Formula One at our routes. Our race roads are among the most beautiful in the world, and there are also yacht trips with dolphins, and there is an amazing view of Caucasian mountains and the beautiful city of Sochi, the gem of the Black Sea. So this is the tour we are offering to our clients. You can see it here. It's not Sochi that is an amazing region. We are moving on, and we get to another beautiful region, Anapa and Gelendzhik. And right now it's a separate region from Sochi. There are amazing soils here, which is why we have lots of wine tourism prospering here. And every year we discover new vineyards and wineries which are with the best international brands. In the territory of the Krasnodar region, there used to be the Bosphor kingdom. It's the 3rd or 4th century BC, and this is where you can see lots of beautiful dolmens that are older than Egyptian pyramids. And furthermore, we also have golf tourism. That's an amazing sport that attracts golf tourists, golf amateurs from all over the world. And we have a golf club in Gelendzhik where you can learn this game and also participate in an international tournament to match your equals. And there is a view over a picturesque Gelendzhik Bay, and our clients can enjoy those wonderful views. The hotels of the region have 5 stars. We can see first-class service. You can find the accommodation in the villa or at a beautiful hotel. And there are some amazing tours. As I said, there is gastronomic tourism, wine tourism, golf tourism. There are beautiful views. There is spa tourism. All of this is included in our tours. As our tourists come to Gelendzhik, they go to beautiful wineries. They have yacht trips, they play golf, and they really enjoy this lifestyle, and this is what we position, and we have unique tours at our company. Talking about us as Planeta Sochi, our main area is accommodation of VIP tourists and business tourists, and we also work with our foreign partners. We have been in the market for more than 20 years. We organized more than 250 MICE events, and more than 450,000 tourists already visited this region via us, and this is really valuable. What we have been doing for these 20 years. Our main areas of work, as I already said, it's VIP travel, exclusive VIP tours. We have a nice collection of tastes that we are proud of, a collection of meetings with interesting people in this region, a collection of fantastic emotions that our clients can feel as they come to our region and see those amazing opportunities. That's the menu of impressions that we are offering to our clients. They are always returning to us and working with our pleasure. We provide transport offers, and we also set up a concierge service 24/7, which fulfills all the opportunities in our region, and I hope that we will have fruitful cooperation for many years. Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk to you. We are looking forward to more fruitful cooperation. Thank you. Thank you, Lina. I hope that the weather is good there and you look great. Thank you. Yes, the weather is beautiful. I'm in Gelendzhik already. That's great. Say hello to Gelendzhik hotels. I'm at the Primorye Hotel right now. That's great. We participated in its launch. That's great. Thank you, Stanislav. I will say hi from you to the CEO. Thank you very much. Well, I think you understood where you need to go. I'm already going there. Actually, I need to go there tomorrow. And now we are moving eastwards. And we have an interesting region that is called Dagestan. There is the sea there. There is some delicious fish, local delicious cuisine, which is very different from the Russian cuisine that might have tasted in Sochi. So we are going there right now, and Natalia Isayan will tell you about this unique region. Natalia, how's the weather? It's +5 degrees. That's great. It's +5 here as well, I think. Hello, colleagues. Hello, dear tourism lovers. I am the Elgas tour operator. That's the United Tour Operator for the North Caucasus. And I would like to offer Dagestan to your attention. It's a pearl of the Caucasus. It's a major discovery of the entire 2021 year. The pandemic showed that we have not only Baikal, Moscow or St. Petersburg, we also have the Caucasus, and in particular Dagestan. But first of all, I would like to tell you more about our company Elgas. We've been on the market since 2018. We are located in Grozny. This is our base, but we also have an office in Moscow and Makhachkala, which is the capital of Dagestan. Our goal is developing tourism routes in the North Caucasus so that people learn that this is safe, beautiful, delicious, amazingly interesting, and we offer tours of any kind to you, individual or group tours. We work with mice, we work with some very difficult orders, so we offer concierge services to our tourists, and our team is ready to organize this tour for you and your guests, and you will certainly never forget it again. So where is Dagestan? It's located at the coast of the Caspian Sea. It borders on Georgia, and then there is the territory of Russia, Chechnya, and also it borders on some other eastern Middle Eastern countries. The population of Dagestan is just 3 million people. Compared to Russia, it's not much, but Dagestan is the multi-ethnic republic in Russia, because there are about 60 nationalities speaking 32 languages in Dagestan. Just imagine that. 90% of the population is Muslims, and Dagestan is famous for a lot of mosques. So for our Arab market, it's a big advantage. What else can we say about Dagestan? The distance from Moscow is just 2 hours 20 minutes by plane. The longest sandy beach in the world is here. the longest sandy beach in the world. The longest road tunnel in Russia is also here. And for our tourists, every time it's an attraction. So interesting when they go to this tunnel and wait for it to end, but it never ends. And I think that you've heard about Habib Nurmagomedov. This is our well-known fighter who represents Dagestan at all sports competitions in the world. Dagestan is almost also famous for its nature. Nature is unspoiled by man in Dagestan. You can see nature face to face. The biggest canyon and the deepest canyon in Eurasia is located here. It's called the Sulak Canyon, and its deepest point is 1,920 meters. It's deeper than the Grand Canyon in the United States. And people put this canyon on their albums because water is beautiful here. It doesn't contain any special properties. It's always of this beautiful color. Also here we have a unique underground waterfall. It's located next to Isolta village. And there is this Isolta gauge or grotto where people love to take photos. You can see it on the photo. You don't need any advanced Japanese photo cameras. It's how it is, and you will remember it for a long time. You will remember about this trip underground. There are also weeping waterfalls. There is the Karabakh gauge here. You just get into a sack and you think you get to another planet. There is a lot of humidity here, but when the sun goes up, you have this feeling of being surrounded by a stone sack. And the energy, the vibes are very strong in this place. It's really unforgettable. Dagestan is almost famous for a huge number of abandoned villages, which are called owls here. It's like Machu Picchu in Dagestan. For example, this one. It's located at the altitude of about 2,000 meters. And your car can get you to a certain place, but you can't get there by car, just by horse or on foot. And the last resident died in this village in 2016. It's really beautiful. It's very authentic. And almost all our tours include mounting to this abandoned village. There are nice views here and some very strong vibes like in all the mountains of Dagestan. Also in Dagestan there is another very interesting place which is called the sand dune Seracom. No one knows how this place appeared 300 kilometers away from the nearest desert. This is the largest sand dune on Eurasia. It's not blown away by wind. It stands in this place. And this is where the famous Soviet film The White Sun of the Desert was shot. And this is another site that is a must-see for our guests who come to Dagestan. What else can we tell you about Dagestan people in general? They are a very hospitable nation, but they are also very good with their hands. Every Dagestan village is famous for a certain craft. For example, the Kubachi village is famous for its blacksmiths, who are very good at silversmiths, those silver and golden items, which are a piece of art. On the right, you can see the art of Balhar village. It's also handmade. You can buy these items or take photos of them. It will be a great memory of your trip to Dagestan.
On the left side, you can see the unsukul wood carving with special craftsmanship. The unsukul village, a very long, lasting, I would say, dating back craft. On the right side, you can see the Derbent town carpet making. Why? Carpets from Derbent are good, because versus other carpets, they can live hundreds of years, and you can be sure that this, if you buy it, you can be sure that even your big family walking on that, and it's very nice, and it's very robust, made by the hands of beautiful Dagestani women, and this is a good gift to your family or friends. Now you can see the Narinkala fortress, a feature or signature of Derbent, the second oldest city of Russia. This is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It is older than 2000 years, and it is preserved as before. We have guided tours there, and those streets were walked by Persians or Arabs who were trying to conquer Dagestan. And that fortress is one of the wonders of Russia that our guests are going to picture. Speaking about the fact that Dagestan is located on the Black Sea, you can see how good beaches are there, and you can combine mountain visits as well as sunbathing and bathing in the Caspian Sea. The sea is nice, the sand beaches are even nicer, and we recommend you to stay at least 1 or 2 days on those wonderful beaches to have a full rest. Speaking about a trip to Dagestan, we have to say a few words about Dagestani cuisine. It is not that diverse as Azerbaijani or Georgian, but it's very individual, and it is made up of local products, no GMO, nothing brought from anywhere else. It's everything good for your health, very tasty, and it's all green things, meat and dough, and you will be happy. And if you tried it, you would never be disappointed, because every Dagestani nation or nationality has their own cuisine, and those cuisines differ. What else is available in Dagestan? It is not only mountaineering or hiking. There are all types of sports or extreme tourism, and you can just speedboat, horseback riding, bungee jumping, the SUP boats or boards, trekking tours, off-road vehicles, whatever you can see on the list is available, and this is not an exhaustive list. We always offer to our guests what could be interesting for them to have maximum leisure, and their wish list Nearly all wish lists can be satisfied. And now, this is our contact details, and you can take a picture or you can get in touch with us at any time. We are different from all Dagestani tourist companies is that because we have interpreters with English, French, German, Turkish, as well as professional guides and drivers, and you will feel it because you are spending 8-9 hours with a guide every day, and not every moment of your trip is tracked by managers, and he would also feel in advance all your wishes, and we guarantee that your trip would be unforgettable. Besides, I can tell you that you could fly over direct flights from Dubai, Istanbul, Moscow, or any other city. Please visit Moscow or St. Petersburg, but then come to the Caucasus of Russia. We look forward to getting you and seeing you here. Thank you for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the sunny Dagestan is waiting for you, and on my personal behalf, I would say that you would ever try the lamb meat better than in Dagestan. Thank you, Natalia, for a wonderful trip to Dagestani cuisine. What is served in that wonderful republic, lamb, is the best in the world. But we have to move on, and we are going northbound now to talk to the commander of Aurora Borealis, or Polar Lights. Now, the chief of Polar Lights is Yelena Purlets from the Rainbow of the North company. You cannot imagine how beautiful is it there. It's just a few thousand kilometers away from Moscow. 2-hour flight and you are there. What is the weather in Murmansk? It's 1 degree above 0 Celsius. Everything melts. Well, are you beyond the Arctic Circle? Yes, we are in the Arctic. That's warm, that's summer for the Arctic. All right, the floor is yours, Elena. Hello, everybody. Thank you for a wonderful opportunity. To my regret, I have no picturesque presentations as my colleagues have, but I would like to make you fall in love with the Russian North. And I'm an employee of the Raduga Severa, or the Rainbow of the North in English, travel company. We're one of the major companies there, 20 years in the market, and the Murmansk Oblast, where we are located, this year it has certified voluntarily all tourist guides there, and we have only 3 official guides, and 2 are employed by our company. This is myself and my fellow employee. My personal experience is 14 years old. I would like to tell you more about Murmansk Oblast. The Murmansk Oblast has 3 peninsulas, the Kola Peninsula, Rybachi, and the third one. The Murmansk city is the hub. We have 2 airports. One is in Murmansk, the second in Kirovsk. It's in the south of the Kola Peninsula, where the major ski resort of northwest Russia is located. So we have the Hibin Mountains in the south. This is the naked summit mountains from Sami language. And I would like to tell you more about one of the most developed route in Murmansk region. 70% of tourists are going into that. So my little map is in Russian language only, but I think that you will be able to know what is there. Every corner of Murmansk Oblast has its own milestones. On Rybachi and Severny peninsulas will give you a chance to see the mammals, sea mammals, dolphins and whales. From May to November you can see whales. And we could also see the Sami people, indigenous people, who live in Sweden, Norway and Finland, and on the Kola Peninsula in Russia. So, our 3-day tour is represented by the most attractive sites in the Murmansk Oblast. Day 1 is the Murmansk city itself. Murmansk is the largest city in the world in the Arctic Circle. Our Kola Bay doesn't freeze in winter, and you can fly just in 2 hours from Moscow and 1:45 from St. Petersburg. We are located in the Moscow time zone, and we have a unique weather phenomenon, which is the polar lights. Most of the tourists are coming to us to see the polar lights or aurora borealis. We have the polar night. It's dark behind my window. It starts on the 2nd of December and ends on the 11th of January. We have no sun at this time of the year, but still we have very good illumination, and we do like our polar nights because our city looks different. And the third phenomenon is the polar day, when sun never sets, and from early May we call it white nights, and they are very, popular in St. Petersburg. Middle May to middle July we have polar day. The sun never sets, and we wake up at 3 a.m. and the sun is shining. And from July to mid-August, this is the second period of white nights. So it's daytime 4 months a year, and we can extend our guided tours not only to day but to night time as well. As I said, the major 3-day tour is made up of the following. Day 1, City of Murmansk, major sites. This is a monument to Alyosha, the largest monument beyond the Arctic Circle, 42 meters, to the defenders of the Soviet Arctic, a memorial of the Soviet soldiers who died there and defended the polar regions of Russia. We also visit the 5-angle square and the Romanov on Murman. This is the initial name of Murmansk, which was founded by Nicholas II, Tsar of Russia. And Ledak icebreaker Lenin, of course, is a must to see because you have heard about it. It was closed for a while, but now this the first atomic nuclear icebreaker is ready for you. It's waiting for you. And Aurora Borealis, the polar lights, day 2. We are going to Teribirka village. What it means that we are going to the north, to the edge of the earth. You will see a wonderful waterfall or dragon eggs. This is a dragon egg beach on the rightmost corner, and you can bathe in the Barents Sea or in the Arctic Ocean. Its average temperature is 4 degrees above 0 Celsius, and we have tourists would do that. So we go to the very north edge of the planet Earth. So you're standing on the edge and it's just ocean in front of you. So Tia village is the edge of light. And day 3, we are going to the Sami village. As I said, the Sami is indigenous population of the Kola Peninsula, and we have lots of names or definitions in Sami language. What did Sami before? They did reindeer herding, fishing, and hunting. And as we live in the north, reindeer, our north reindeer, is everything. It is a means of transportation. It is a source of skin. And what can we see in the Sami village? We would deep dive into the culture of that wonderful people. So this is an open-air museum where you can see a chance to make a wish at Sami idols. You would have a chance to feed on reindeer, take a picture, and in Sami village you will be able to see white foxes, husky, or rabbits, or foxes. Sometimes you can catch them. And a must is reindeer herding, the banana on the snow, behind the snowmobile, and you would taste national cuisine and national costumes photo as well. As I said, the main tour that attracts 70% of tourists, but our Murmansk Oblast is unique because we have helicopter tours, boat trips, angling in outer sea or in rivers, the photo hunting for whales. We have 80% of tundra. 80% of our territory is not populated. Snowmobile, quadricycle tours, snow dog sledging tours. Sometimes you can go on a week on snowmobile for a week, and you just can see a lot. Of course, our Murmansk Oblast is famous for its food. Feel the taste of the Arctic, as we always say to our tourists. What you can taste, it's reindeer meat, cod, it's halibut. You can dive, you can catch scallops, crabs, or hedgehogs, sea hedgehogs yourself, and try it immediately on the ship. Northern berries, moroshka, blueberry, blackberry. It's more than 20 restaurants in Murmansk Oblast serve Arctic cuisine. And certainly, as I say, and many have already mentioned today, and no one of my colleagues have mentioned the northern lights. Why? Because the best polar lights are in our north. It was considered before that polar lights happen in winter time only, but this is a natural phenomenon and it does not depend on the time of the year. It may happen in summer or in winter, but in summertime we cannot see it, but since the late August to the middle of April, you have a unique chance to see the polar lights. And now imagine yourself that basically every night we have polar lights. Well, it is not visible in the city, you have to go further away. Sometimes the lights, city lights, prevent from watching it, but we have special spots. And what is the probability to see the polar lights? So we can track all those things. Is it worth going there today or tomorrow? This is polar lights hunting. This does not mean that we are going somewhere and it is there. No. In my practice, it happened 4 times only. All the rest is hunting. We need to hunt. We are going across a few places. We are hiding We're trying to catch it, to take good pictures, to make a video footage. I cannot explain what it is. You have to see it. This is a few pictures about polar reindeer and Murmansk. The top picture is a picture of Murmansk, the 9th, 10th of January. So this is the time when the polar night is over, and this is the first sun that we have, a unique event when you have when you don't see sun for a month, and then the first rays of sun coming. This is unexplainable. Anti-Riberka on the bottom picture. And as I said, our travel company has been working for 20 years in the market. We work with Russian and domestic Russian tour operators. We have a lot of knowledge. Why us? Because we travel all our routes ourselves. As a guide, I write an itinerary myself. If I make a new one, I have to travel along the route, make a trip, make a map, draft an itinerary, I order, I run the math, and teach my guides. I don't work directly as a guide with foreign colleagues, but we have English-speaking, French-speaking, Spanish, Italian-speaking guides, and German as well, they can speak. And this is it. I wanted to tell you all the best, and this is our contact details. There is an Instagram page that we have. It's called Raduga Severa 51, and you can find videos there that we saw the whales. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Elena. Thank you very much indeed. I would watch that video myself. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, best regards from the Russian Federal Agency for Tourism in Moscow. Our today's program is nearing completion. Thank you for being with us. We have more than 400 listeners from 45 countries of the world. So this is our statistics, and our Russian Travel Hub keeps working. We are going to operate tomorrow and on the 15th and the 16th, the networking days, and please make your meetings, choose partners, use filters, and do the networking. We look forward to meeting you. The organizer of today's Russian Travel Hub was the Federal Agency for Tourism, Rustourism of Russia, St. Petersburg Tourism Committee, and Profi.Travel, Media Holding, as well as the Russian Union of Travel Companies. Have a good night, and until next time.